Chapter 2041. She's telling the truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shifeng's party on the plain Broad Road. How are you here? Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shifeng and his companions. For a moment she even wondered if she was hallucinating. Did you manage to circle around 3 kills blockade? Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger. Yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. The only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 kills team entirely. There's a way to skirt around the blockades? Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shifeng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. How is this possible? Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shifeng's party had successfully evaded 3 kills forces due to the party's small size, but for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Rue's to evade detection? That was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 kills blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Rue's team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace? Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Rue's team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several hundred Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly. How did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course, Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile when she saw Crimson Heart's confusion. She had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shifeng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here. Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 kills guarded the other. 3 kills was on your path, so how do you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. I'm telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shifeng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work? And your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move during the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? No. Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6-winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them. Don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shifeng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, however, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap! Stop them quickly! Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shifeng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them, though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad, comprised of Refinement Realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a Refinement Realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad. Not to mention a team without any Refinement Realm experts. With the 10-man assault squad taking the lead, the 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two sides' strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's Refinement Realm experts approach Shurfeng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several Refinement Realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now. But just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them. So fast. Was that an attack? The blue light bewildered the 10 Refinement Realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these Refinement Realm experts found themselves unable to move. Following which, the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon, they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths. As the 10 Refinement Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 Refinement Realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it! What did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Shurfeng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 Refinement Realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Shurfeng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at zero wings party from 4 different directions to surround the players instead. To kill all 10 Refinement Realm experts with one attack, Shurfeng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching Refinement Realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim. She was telling the truth. Chapter 2042 Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 Refinement Realm experts had been instant-killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move. In the blink of an eye, 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks. Taking the lead, Seven Light activated Windblade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MT's sturdy shields. Tier 2 skill Omnislash. Suddenly, sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear-line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his longswords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left Seven Light's longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although Seven Light's actions seemed slow from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around Seven Light stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worst for Starlink's force. Vice Guild Leader were too outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us. One of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported. They would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue's teams, but Shurfeng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Shurfeng's players were eliminated. If Shurfeng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they would suffer for it. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Shurfeng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. Elder Yifeng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us, Crimson Heart said as she approached Shurfeng, complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the 100 Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Rue's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Rue had so strongly supported an alliance between the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing. You're welcome. Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shurfeng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing's members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them, and while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the 100 Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war. Following which, time passed uneventfully. Due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival, a relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege, as if they weren't related to the war in the least. Big Sis Rue, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less, Cleansed Rue excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls as she approached. 3 hours. Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, The Hundred Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations, after all. Meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance. Although, she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both Vice Guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range as if waiting for something. Are they not here to attack? Cleansed Rue muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town? When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual. They're not attacking? Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. No, something's not right, Rue. Why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe, the army has absolute confidence in its victory? Cleansed Rue considered the situation, but after a moment she realized something. Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time. Crimson Heart yelled. Chapter 2043: A Battle with Two Options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the Hundred Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the Hundred Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the Hundred Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret. And Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets. If all of those 100+ large ballistas fired together. So this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the Hundred Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower, but after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. This is Starlink. Is this a joke? How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours. At this point, the players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guild spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites, with the defender's advantage, should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100+ large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the 100 Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the 100 Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans. But now the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly... Shadowflower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was: making an example of the 100 Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town. So, it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately, and get as many people out of there as possible. Shadowflower commanded, frustrated, after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town. Guild leader, the 100 Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawnweb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xinglu. They want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are? Lu Xinglua revealed a playful smile. From what Three and Tiger have told me, Zero Wings members are participating in this war. That is the case, Dawnweb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the 100 Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every Zero Wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive. Lu Xinglua said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawnweb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls, Big Sis Crimson Starlink has sent a reply. Zero Wing or survival. We can only choose one, Cleansed Rue said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero Wings members away from the battlefield. This is the 100 Flowers Palace's problem. Zero Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansed Rue nodded. Cleansed Rue left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xinglua, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the 100 Flowers Palace dead. Chapter 2044 Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xinglua's command, The 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them. When Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero Wings members saw this, they too were shocked. Amazing! So this is a guild war? Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on two different levels. So this is a superpower's true strength. Although they were Refinement Realm experts, Seven Light and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the 100 Flowers Palace. It also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Surefeng could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballistas' attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets. Since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain and its materials weren't that rare, it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Surefeng had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. Could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, they couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas. "Commander Yifeng, I've finally found you," Cleansed said as she ran towards Surefeng. "The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape." "You're abandoning Moon Creek Town?" Surefeng asked in an odd tone. From what he understood, Moon Creek Town was the 100 Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the empire. "We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great. At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible," Cleansed said, shaking her head. She too wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadow Flower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome. Against more than 100 large ballistas, Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. "Is that so?" Surefeng, more or less, understood the 100 Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, "What if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town?" "Hold on to Moon Creek Town?" Cleansed blinked in surprise at Surefeng's words. Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets, Shifeng said, nodding. Is that really possible? Cleansed Rue asked, needing confirmation from Shifeng once more. She knew what Shifeng was trying to say. As long as the 100 Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town. But she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. I'm 80% confident, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%? Cleansed Rue stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000-strong elite army and 100-plus large ballistas, Shifeng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts? Shifeng asked. All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately. Cleansed Rue nodded to Shifeng's conditions in confident tone. She then contacted Shadowflower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer word for word, and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town? Against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansed Rue's claim difficult to believe. Not even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, we won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point, Shadowflower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shifeng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire. Following which, Cleansed Rue signed a contract with Shifeng on behalf of Shadowflower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the 100 Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. Commander Yifeng, what do you need the 100 Flowers Palace to do? Cleansed Rue asked once the contract had been signed. How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town? Shifeng responded with a question. We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansed Rue said. If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile. Not bad. It should be enough. Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, all right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets. Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time. Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. Chapter 2045 Guardian Puppet appears. Just them. Cleansed Rue was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shifeng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had AoE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shifeng was playing a prank on her. Relax. Seven Light and the others are quite strong, Shifeng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed Rue was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the 100 Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army. Knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate, even the palace's expert players, who had experienced countless life-or-death battles, couldn't help their growing nerves. As Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield, Shifeng and Cleansed Rue arrived near her post on the wall. Commander Yifeng, you're here. Crimson Heart greeted Shifeng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us? Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansdrew realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the 100 Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas? It didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items. They lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of L3 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Shifeng arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret. Vice Guild Leader. Starlink's army is within shooting range. The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack. Target the most concentrated areas. Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom, boom, boom. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army as if they had collided with a translucent wall. This is... Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into 2 categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Ha ha ha! Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xinglue laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Don Webb replied before relaying Lu Xinglue's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within L3 yards of the town. Attack! Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom! 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 The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballista's attacks. The Hundred Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballista's assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for, Shifeng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade, and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas." Understood. Hearing Shifeng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged toward Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the Hundred Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash toward Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them silly? Lu Xinglua sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. 4 large ballistas, which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. 4 massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew toward Zero Wing's members. However, just before the crimson light struck Seven Light's group, 4 gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible! Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. 4 massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. Chapter 2046. Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks. Yet the 4 giants had blocked all 4 arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack! All large ballistas, attack those robots together. After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army, and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Shoo! 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 The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly. Like a meteor shower, the arrows rained down on the 4 Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical lifeform's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. Seven Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boom, boom, boom dash. Following which, a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The 4 Guardian Puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian Puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the Guardian Puppets charge toward them, Their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical lifeforms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the Guardian puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical lifeforms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Sherfeng remained unperturbed. Seven Lights Group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the Truth Realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us, Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballista's attacks did nothing to slow the Guardian puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, Seven Lights Group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards. 500 yards. 200 yards. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the four Guardian puppets came to a sudden halt, as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array? Looking at the barrier before him, Seven Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity! Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few Tier 3 attacks. Lu Xinglua sneered Seven Lights Group. All large ballistas focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had a L3-yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballista's arrows would reach them and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the Guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all four Guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines. Immediately, 60 ballista arrows flew toward Seven Lights' Guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom, boom, boom. Although Seven Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his Guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around Seven Lights' position. Even players in Moon Creek Town, over 1,000 yards away, could see the smoke rising from the crater. We're doomed. The 100 Flowers Palace members, who had still held on to hope, turned ashen when they saw this. Once again, they were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the Guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xinglua nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another Guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick black smoke. It was none other than Seven Lights' Guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained whole. It's unharmed? How is that possible? Lu Xinglua's smile froze when he saw Seven Lights' Guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballista's attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical life form. Unfortunate, the Guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xinglua and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the Guardian puppet had a total of 1000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, Seven Light's Guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the Guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier. Tier 3 skill Flame Jab. Boom! A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. Chapter 2047. Let's get serious as well. As the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas, who had been preparing to attack another Guardian puppet, stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No, this is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the Guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now this one Guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical lifeform stood before them, and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet. When Seven Light and his 3 companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that Seven Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their Guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different after all. The 4-0 wing players controlled their Guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, Seven Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall Guardian puppets. When the Guardian puppets' sword arms descended, they halved the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep groves, over a dozen meters or so long, into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3. In that single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks. Yet, the Guardian puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the Guardian puppet's power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it! All large ballistas retreat immediately. Lu Xinglua hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista cost 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned Great Lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! 7 Light brandished his guardian puppet's 2 sword arms at the approaching 2 Great Lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over -1 million damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista. Remnant Cloud and the others managed to shake off the Great Lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xinglua and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the Great Lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost 1 large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing! So this is the strength Zero Wing has been hiding all this time. Crimson Hearts and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero Wing take 1 large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the 100 Flowers Palace, but to the Zero Wing's guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now, it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero Wing was so confident of helping the 100 Flowers Palace repel Starlink. I want all of them dead. Dead! Lu Xinglua bellowed as he glared at the 4 guardian puppets. Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the guardian puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the guardian puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the guardian puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town. Under Lu Xinglua's command, the Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big Sis Crimson, the 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength, Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shifeng, she asked, Commander Yifeng, do you have any countermeasures? She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, for guardian puppets aren't enough, the situation didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. Although the guardian puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment he replied, Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same. Get serious? Us? Shifeng's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could and more. Let's head over to the other side and take a look, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town, by the time Shifeng and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers' attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them. Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town, Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xinglua. Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now. Lu Xinglua snarled viciously as he watched the 4 guardian puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, A gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xinglua wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon! Chapter 2048. This side is scarier. Why is there a dragon? Lu Xinglua was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek Town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek Town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only Tier 3. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array magic unit. Starlink's experts shouted. Although they too were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a Tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a Tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array's suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of Tier 3 summon creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down, although they'd have to pay a high price to do so. Following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 Tier 3 summon creatures. Although these summon creatures were not as high-leveled as the flame dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more Tier 3 summoned creatures? Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summoned creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the flame dragon was much stronger than the Tier 3 summon creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the flame dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 Tier 3 summon creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army to contend with. The large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppets 7 Light and his comrades controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballista's arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek Town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. No! Quick! Get out of there! Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3 Curse Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire. After 3 waves of descending meteorites, the ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 Tier 3 summoned creatures also lay within the Sea of Fire. Although the summoned creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it! How did they have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait! I think that spell came from the Flame Dragon. Huh! Isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that Flame Dragon? No. It's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar. Before anyone could react, another gigantic, crimson array appeared above Starlink's army. But unlike the previous attack, this was a twofold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate. This time, meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AO. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the 100 Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Once more, everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zerg tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Sherfeng remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit, "Go. Destroy those large ballistas." The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off superpowers' large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a Tier 3 creature right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only Tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the Tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Sherfeng's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a Tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flame spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. Chapter 2049 Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move. Quick! Ranged players, stop that thing! Large ballistas, scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had Tier 3 summon creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain. Roar! As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, it revealed a scorched groove 5 meters deep in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into two halves. Two large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the 100 Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So this is Zero Wing. An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Sherfong beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerg tactics? Siege tools? In front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the Fire Spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing! With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden. That can't be right. If the 100 Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew. First, Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets, slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower, yet despite its strength they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Don Webb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat. Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood. I'll relay the command right away. Dawn Webb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shun then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawn Web's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the Guardian puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase, allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefield. Ease. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin. For a moment, everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost? Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing, a guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire. Now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire, the Empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. Chapter 2050 Empire Upheaval Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively, both day and night. It was a city that never slept. Currently, however, a deathly silence reigned over the meeting room and Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost. Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100+ large ballistas, yet Starlink had suffered defeat. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was ridiculous. According to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50+ large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town, and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything, from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces, had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing! With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Heart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange. The proposal the guild's upper echelon suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Heart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful sighs. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover, and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right. Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised Unyielding Soul's upper echelons, They paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing. Investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silver Pine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silver Pine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silver Pine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again. Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right. Have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silver Pine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the 100 Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the 100 Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood. The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart. Before the battle at Moon Creek Town, Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice-guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Yifeng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the 100 Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shifeng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the 100 Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. These will do. Shifeng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce, and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within Secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the 100 Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead. As Shifeng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement. A total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, Various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051 Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's Domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's Domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Surefeng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted, but he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's Domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the dark forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's Domain was about to begin. After Surefeng settled the management rights transfer for the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Surefeng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players in particular had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Surefeng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Star Moon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities, which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Surefeng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I've brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Surefeng entered the room. Good. From now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Surefeng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this. In the auction arena, players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past Fine Gold rank would be temporarily frozen at Fine Gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources. It only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200-man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary, but when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shurfeng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants, but now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, he had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Shurfeng also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, there was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some. Settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection, Shurfeng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm and retrieved the Ancient God's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the Ancient God's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Shurfeng tapped on the key made of red luminary's stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Shurfeng transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. Chapter 2052 Road After Tier 2. After Shurfeng activated the Ancient God's secret key, he found himself moving through a tunnel of time and space. Various images, visions of God's domain's history, zipped past him. Some images showed the rise of a kingdom, others depicted a war between empires, and some showed heroes as they triumphed. After quite some time, a massive black hole appeared before Shurfeng. Countless arcs of pitch-black electricity snaked in and out of this black hole. Even though Shurfeng was still far from the black hole, he could sense how powerful the arcs of electricity were. He suspected that these black electric arcs would even turn a Tier 5 being to ash in an instant. As Shurfeng fell into the black hole and encountered the black electricity, the magic barrier around his body protected him from harm. In the end, he entered the black hole in one piece. By the time Shurfeng recovered from his daze, he stood inside an ancient, dilapidated palace. System: you have discovered the Ancient God's maze. System: while inside the Ancient God's maze, communication with the outside world is prohibited. Time flows within the maze as it does in the real world. You will automatically be transported out of the Ancient God's maze in the event of your death. So this is the trial ground. The system notification didn't particularly surprise Shurfeng. After all, he currently stood in a place the ancient gods had left behind. Severed communication and the altered flow of time were normal. He was far more interested in the maze's environment. Aside from the tightly shut stone doors, there were no paths leading further into. However, this palace's mana density was incredibly high. Even zero-wing cities paled in comparison. The environment was a godsend to Shurfeng. Not only could players exhibit greater strength while in a high-mana environment, but they would also recover their stamina and concentration much faster. Players could continue to fight without worrying about running out of the resources. Following which, Shurfeng approached the tightly shut doors. Many divine runes had been carved into the doors, which were made entirely of black luminary stone. The closer Shurfeng got to the doors, the more pressure he felt from them. He felt that the door's aura was no weaker than that of a Tier 5 NPC. System. You have discovered the Ancient God's Gate. You may choose one of 4 difficulties: Normal, Hard, Hell and Azura. No changes will be allowed once you have made your selection. Please choose carefully. There are 4 difficulties. Shurfeng was stunned when he heard the system notification. He remembered that after using the Ancient God's secret key, one should only have 3 difficulties to choose from: Normal, Hard and Hell. The secret keys trial had the same difficulty modes as dungeons in the outside world. As a result, many players who had challenged the Ancient God's secret keys trial had taken the difficulty selection too lightly, wasting their golden opportunity. Ordinary experts had no trouble rating normal mode dungeons. In fact, they usually rated hard mode. However, peak experts accepted nothing less than hell mode dungeons. Most peak experts considered weaker modes an insult to their strength. In the end, however, ordinary experts proved incapable of even clearing the normal mode trial. Peak experts had even been rendered powerless when challenging the hard mode trial. This was why many players who had obtained an Ancient God's secret key had wasted their opportunities in the past. One would have a high chance of earning an epic item if they could complete the normal mode trial. Completing the hard mode trial could award players several epic items, with a small chance of obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Finally, completing hell mode gave players a high chance of acquiring a fragmented legendary item. However, Shurfeng had never heard of an Azura mode. Why wouldn't it surprise him? This turn of events left Shurfeng unsure of which difficulty he should choose. The Ancient God's secret keys trial scaled to the challenger's level. As such, it was far more important for the player to improve their combat and equipment standards, rather than increase their level. Shurfeng had intended to challenge hell mode and pray for a fragmented legendary item, and he had been relatively confident in succeeding. The discovery of an Azura mode, however, put him in a bind. The difficulty of the secret keys trial increased substantially with each difficulty mode. Of course, if one succeeded, they'd be handsomely rewarded. He was almost certain of completing hell mode, but he'd likely have a hard time if he chose Azura mode. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go with Azura mode. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng chose Azura mode. Although he knew he'd have a high chance of earning a fragmented legendary item if he cleared hell mode, it wasn't a guaranteed drop. Based on the trial's setting, however, he should be guaranteed a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Azura mode. Rather than gamble on hell mode, he might as well take the risk and challenge Azura mode. 2 epic items would be of little help to him or Zero Wing. Only fragmented legendary items could bring about significant changes. As players reached higher levels and improved their combat standards, epic items would become more common in God's domain. Zero Wing could still rely on its numerous epic items to contend with superpowers peak experts, but as time passed, the low quantity and quality of Zero Wing's peak experts would begin to show. As luck would have it, nurturing a peak expert took a lot of time, even with players that had ample resources and heaven-defying talent. The only way Zero Wing could keep up with God's domain's rapidly developing world was to rely on fragmented legendary items. Moreover, epic items' help would be limited after reaching Tier 2. Tier 3 had been a massive turning point in God's domain. In the past, countless powers had risen to prominence or fallen into the pits of hell when the Tier 3 era had begun. Fragmented legendary items and above would be players' last hope for a significant power boost after reaching Tier 3. These items could even help experts with lacking combat standards reach Tier 3 and Tier 4. This was why guilds with fragmented legendary items had had more Tier 3 and 4 experts than guilds that did not. Every additional fragmented legendary item Zero Wing gained would ensure one more Tier 3 or 4 experts to support it in the future. Since the Azura mode could guarantee a fragmented legendary item, he had no choice but to choose the difficulty. Once Shurfeng made his decision, the ancient god's gate released a golden light. The doors slowly parted to reveal a dark corridor. Sure enough, this trial won't be that simple. Shurfeng's expression tensed slightly as he stared down the dark corridor, his instincts screaming that danger awaited him. He could already see multiple skeletons strewn along the corridor's sides from its entrance. The skeletons all wore excellent equipment, every piece radiating with the glow unique to epic equipment. The skeleton's armor was clearly damaged beyond repair. It was easy to imagine how difficult the Azura mode trial was. Those unfamiliar with God's domain would most likely treat these skeletal corpses as mere decorations. But Shurfeng, who had experienced more than a decade in God's domain, knew that wasn't the case. Rather, they were a warning. Epic items were extraordinary, and they weren't easy to damage. This held true for both players' items and NPCs. Taking a deep breath, Shurfeng summoned the fire spirit and instructed it to lead the way. The instant the fire spirit stepped through the gate, a furious roar echoed from the corridor's depths, so loud that Shurfeng had to cover his ears. This roar was particularly familiar to Shurfeng. A dragon's roar. Chapter 2053 Epic Armor Kit Fragment. The majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire corridor, so powerful that even the sky seemed to shake. Only after the roar faded away could Shurfeng finally move his body again. However, after the roar ended, both Shurfeng and the fire spirit received a debuff called Dragon's Might, which reduced their reaction speed by 20%, movement speed by 30%, and physique by 15%. They also couldn't receive any buffs from skills and spells. So this is Azura mode? Shurfeng was astonished as he looked at the debuff he and the fire spirit had received. The reduction in physique and speed was only secondary. The crucial point was the inability to receive buffs. This meant that even berserk skills were useless. Having berserk skills sealed was potentially fatal to expert players, and especially when surviving out in the fields. Berserk skills could be used during crucial moments to save one's life or deal with a problem that could not be dealt with normally. Berserk skills could even be used to achieve reversals. Without the ability to use berserk skills, all these possibilities would be gone. If one came across unexpected danger, they would undoubtedly die. Not daring to be careless, Shurfeng immediately used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 85, Tier 3 demon. Although the demon was also suppressed by Dragon's Might and its overall combat power was inferior to the fire spirits, having the demon was still better than not having it. During crucial moments he could use it as a meat shield. Following which, Shurfeng had the Tier 3 Tomahawk demon lead the way, with the fire spirit following closely behind it. As for himself, he maintained a 50-yard distance from the fire spirit. At this distance, even if the Tomahawk demon and fire spirit got caught in a trap, he would be safe. If they stumbled upon a dangerous situation, he could also run away at a moment's notice. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not come across any dangerous situations at all, even after walking for more than 10 minutes. Let alone a monster. There wasn't even a simple trap set up in the corridor. He traversed the corridor and arrived at a dark hall relatively easily. The hall was the size of a football stadium, with stone pillars erected on all sides. The divine runes carved onto these stone pillars made the place extraordinarily chilly. Even Shurfeng, with his extremely high ice resistance, could not help but shudder. Fortunately, the cold only had a slight impact on his movements. He did not lose any HP. Meanwhile, as soon as the Tomahawk demon and the fire spirit arrived at the center of the hall, the divine runes on the surrounding stone pillars suddenly shone. Both the demon and the fire spirit disintegrated, the elemental mana used to make up their bodies reverting to its original form. Afterward, the entire hall lit up brightly as blade-wielding soldiers emerged from the ground one after another. These soldiers were giants made from various types of elemental mana. Elemental Guard, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 72. HP 32-000-000/32-000-000. Among these elemental giants, one held a staff. Mana belonging to the 4 major elements gathered passively around this giant. All of the ambient mana responded to every single action this giant made as if this giant was the elemental overlord of this entire hall. Elemental Prayer, Realm Lord, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 73, HP 65, 000/65/000,000. As these elemental creatures appeared, a translucent pillar made out of magic crystal rose from the center of the hall. Sealed inside this translucent pillar was a dazzling crystalline bottle that radiated a shudder-inducing aura. A bloodline. A trace of surprise flashed across Shurfeng's eyes when he saw the crystal bottle inside the magic crystal pillar. Although he had been confident that the Azura Mode trial's reward would be something excellent, he never imagined that it would be this excellent. At his standard, epic items no longer posed a temptation. Only top-tier epic items could move him now. However, a bloodline was far more valuable than any epic item. The value of even the most ordinary bloodline rivaled that of a fragmented legendary item. A bloodline might provide expert players more help than a fragmented legendary item. Despite that, the first item he came across in the Azura Mode Ancient Gods maze was already a bloodline. How could he not be surprised by this situation? However, Shurfeng calmed himself very quickly. The bloodline was indeed valuable, but it would mean something only if he actually obtained it. The monsters standing before him were extraordinary. Moreover, since summoned creatures could not be used inside this hall, he would have to rely entirely on himself to deal with these monsters. However, with just a rough glance, he already spotted more than 200 Great Lord-ranked elemental guards. The elemental prayer standing at the center of the hall was even a realm lord, an existence whose combat power far surpassed that of monsters of the same rank and level. Against such a force, even a level 70 100-man expert team would not be a match. In a situation where berserk skills and summoned creatures could not be used, even Shurfeng would have no choice but to turn tail and run when coming across the elemental prayer. It wasn't because his combat power was inadequate. After all, his current weapons and equipment were already beyond extraordinary. He could easily contend against a Grand Lord of the same level. The problem was that the elemental prayer had too much HP. Before he could whittle down the elemental prayer, the elemental prayer would have long since killed him. Let's give it a try. Looking at the bloodline stored within the central pillar, Shurfeng still decided to attempt the trial. Unlike other trials, the Ancient Gods Secret Keys trials allowed players to head to other locations to search for treasures, even if they could not pass a particular hurdle. Each location would have varying difficulties. Only if players died would their time in the trial come to an end. However, it would be such a pity to simply abandon the bloodline and search the other locations. After all, not every location would contain treasures rivaling fragmented legendary items. Other locations in this Azura Mode trial might contain only epic items. Following which, Shurfeng moved to a corner of the hall and started luring the elemental guards over, one after another. He planned to clear out the elemental guards first before dealing with the elemental prayer. If he tried fighting the elemental prayer and the elemental guards together, he would definitely die a very swift death. Faced with the 4-meter-tall elemental guards, an ordinary Tier 2 expert would have long since run away. However, the elemental guards posed no trouble for Shurfeng, as his strength already rivaled that of great lords of the same level. The elemental guard that discovered Shurfeng charged at him without hesitation, the great sword in its hands transforming into numerous phantoms as the blade slashed down on Shurfeng's head. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Entanglement. Each phantom carried 120% of the elemental guard's strength, and all 7 phantoms struck down at Shurfeng from different directions. Even a Tier 2 expert would be killed instantly if they were not careful. However, these attacks were nothing before Shurfeng. Crisscrossing the abyssal blade and killing ray, he deflected 2 of the 7 phantom swords toward the other phantom swords, neutralizing the attack in the blink of an eye. Shurfeng received no damage at all, following which, he stabbed the elemental guard's elemental core. Minus 43,574. He dealt a critical hit when striking the core. The elemental guard's HP promptly fell by a visible chunk. Afterward, Shifeng stabbed the elemental core once more with his other sword. As the battle wore on, the elemental guard's HP continuously decreased. Even though the elemental guard's battle recovery was strong, killing the elemental guard was only a matter of time. If another Tier 2 expert were here, they would definitely be shocked by the current scene playing out. A Tier 2 player was actually overwhelming a level 72 Great Lord without using any skills or spells, a feat that even peak experts of the same level could not achieve. However, while Shifeng was indeed capable of killing the elemental guard, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide Great Lord. Even after he started using skills, he still took close to 8 minutes to finish off the elemental guard. After the elemental guard fell, it dropped several items. When Shifeng took a look at his experience bar, he frowned involuntarily. He had gone through great pains to kill a Great Lord, yet he was awarded only a pitiful amount of EXP, at the standard of a lord of the same level. However, when Shifeng recalled that this was an ancient god's trial, he found the situation understandable. Great Lord-ranked monsters were relatively rare in the outside world. Now, however, there was a bunch of Great Lords before him. If every one of these Great Lords gave normal amounts of EXP, then his leveling speed would be absurd. Afterward, Shifeng collected the loot on the ground. Just as he was about to lure another elemental guard, he suddenly took note of one of the items he was holding. An epic armor kit fragment? Chapter 2054 Treasure Trove. Although Shifeng had already checked that nothing was wrong with the system display, and confirmed that the item in his hands was indeed an epic armor kit fragment, his heart still shook with disbelief. In God's domain, most armor kits were categorized into basic, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Above advanced armor kits were the extremely rare epic armor kits. Unlike the usual armor kits, epic armor kits could promote dark gold equipment to the epic rank. Most expert players already considered epic equipment godly. Since an epic armor kit could transform dark gold equipment into epic equipment, one could easily imagine how valuable an epic armor kit was, especially when players used it on dark gold equipment that they had high compatibility with. Of course, the level of epic equipment upgraded using the epic armor kit was fixed. If the base equipment was level 50, then it would only have the attributes of level 50 epic equipment. The upgraded equipment's level would not scale with players to a maximum limit. Even so, an epic armor kit was still something countless players fervently sought to obtain. Meanwhile, as long as Shifeng collected 100 epic armor kit fragments, he could synthesize one epic armor kit. Normally, epic armor kit fragments only dropped in level 60+, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons or 200-man Hard Mode team dungeons. Mythic field bosses also had a chance of dropping the fragments, but the drop rate was much lower than in team dungeons. Shifeng never thought that the elemental guards would actually drop the fragments as well. His view of the elemental guards immediately changed. Now they were no longer detestable monsters but walking epic armor kits instead. Moreover, the elemental guard had dropped elemental cores, in addition to the epic armor kit fragment. An alchemist could use 10 cores to synthesize an elemental crystal. As an energy source, the elemental crystal was superior to the magic crystal. When used instead of magic crystals in the production of magic scrolls, the resulting magic scrolls were more powerful. At the same time, an elemental crystal could also be used as the core of a magic array. Magic arrays powered by elemental crystals were at least 30% more effective. As an example, a defensive magic array that originally could block only ordinary Tier 3 attacks would be capable of blocking peak Tier 3 attacks, if powered by elemental crystals. Overall, the elemental crystal was a strategic resource with a very wide range of uses. On the market, one elemental crystal was worth more than 100 magic crystals. Now, after killing just one elemental guard, Shifeng had already obtained 3 elemental cores. Following which, he proceeded to kill elemental guards with great enthusiasm. Despite having to fight arduously for roughly 8 minutes just to kill each elemental guard, when he thought about the Great Lord's loot, the suffering he had to endure was of no consequence whatsoever. Moreover, thanks to the high mana environment, Shifeng did not feel tired at all, even after killing over 40 elemental guards in succession. On the contrary, His fighting spirit reached even greater heights than before. This was because killing these 40-plus elemental guards had earned him 31 epic armor kit fragments and 126 elemental cores. The various large guilds would go mad with envy if they learned about this harvest. After all, during his previous life, a 100-man expert team would have to work tirelessly for more than half a day just to obtain 2 or 3 epic armor kit fragments. Meanwhile, he had only grinded for 6 hours, yet he had already reaped many times more than that. This harvest was simply frightening. However, despite the great harvest, Shurfeng did not continue grinding. Time in the ancient gods' maze flowed at the same rate as in the real world. Since he had grinded in the maze for 6 hours already, 6 hours had also passed in the real world. In addition, it had been a long time since he had logged out of God's domain. Even if his avatar inside God's domain was still in a spirited state, his body in the real world needed a certain degree of activity to remain healthy. Following which, Shurfeng chose to log out of God's domain and rest. When he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window had already risen to its highest point. However, the scenery at Ouroboros's main headquarters was much better than that of the Greenwater Villa. He could see the entire city from his room, unlike before. Meanwhile, ever since Zero Wing gained its new headquarters, its development speed had skyrocketed with the recruitment of a large number of experts with great potential. It now had over 2,000 internal members. Although the newly recruited internal members were not particularly high-leveled, with Zero Wing's resources in God's domain and Ouroboros's original training system, these members could soon become a part of the guild's main fighting force and be used to raid team dungeons. In God's domain, the best place to obtain a large number of resources and high-ranking equipment was undoubtedly team dungeons. This was also the reason why Zero Wing was never able to match up against the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Moreover, due to the guild's rapid expansion, the guild was also spending credits like there was no tomorrow. The credits the guild had saved up were gone before anyone realized it. Now, the guild couldn't sustain its operations simply by relying on the income from completing tasks commissioned to the guild and equipment sales. Fortunately, the company Gentle Snow's family ran provided some financial support. With the additional funding, the guild was just barely able to get by. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile also had plenty of headaches over the lack of funds. Recently, even Liang Jing, who was overseeing some tasks in the headquarters, had started complaining to him about this matter. After Shurfeng had his lunch and nutrient fluid, he headed to the physical training room of the building to stretch his body. When he entered the training room, which was roughly half the size of a football field, he came across several hundred Zero Wing members. These Zero Wing members stopped what they were doing and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Some of them even had a reverential look when they did so. As there were too many people present, Shurfeng could only nod and smile in response. However, when he saw more than a dozen people lining up before the physical training machines, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. During his previous life, it had been rare to see 5 or 6 people waiting to use the physical training machines Shadow possessed. Now there were more than a dozen people waiting for their turn. He had to admit that the current Zero Wing was only the shell of a first-rate guild. If it wished to catch up to the various first-rate guilds and superpowers, it needed a lot more funds. Insufficient funding would impede the guild's development significantly. I need to figure out a way to earn some credits through God's domain, Shurfeng thought to himself as he gazed at the guild members working out. After all, he couldn't rely solely on Gentle Snow's company. Previously, 5 major companies were necessary to keep Ouroboros functioning. Although the current Zero Wing wasn't as large as the past Ouroboros, sustaining its operations with just one major company was still impossible. Roughly 1 hour into Shurfeng's training, Blackie suddenly rushed into the training room, an anxious expression on his face. Did something happen? Shurfeng asked curiously. Something big happened. Representatives of the Blackwater Corporation have come to talk with us, Blackie said in a panic as he looked at Shurfeng. Chapter 2055 Blackwater Visits. Blackwater. Shurfeng couldn't help his confusion. Why are they here? The Blackwater Corporation was a major, international corporation. Aside from super first-rate guilds and super guilds, other existences were nothing in the corporation's eyes. Furthermore, Zero Wing had clashed with Blackwater quite a few times thus far. Our guild has been prospering in the Ore Empire recently. Maybe they're here to warn us away? Blackie wondered aloud after calming down. Why don't we just leave them hanging? Even if they're a major corporation, they can't do anything to us on the surface, and moving against us in the shadows won't be easy as long as we're prepared for it. You're overthinking things. Blackwater is still a major corporation at the end of the day. They wouldn't bother with a personal visit to warn us because of our skirmishes in the Ore Empire. They wouldn't be able to afford the humiliation of such an act, Shifeng said, chuckling. Forget it. Rather than waste time with random guessing, we might as well hear them out. He still knew a little about how these major corporations operated. If Blackwater really wanted to strike out at Zero Wing in the real world, it wouldn't have sent representatives. It would have made its move behind the scenes. Following which, Blackie led Shifeng to the top-floor reception room. In the reception room, Liang Jing, who was slightly nervous to receive the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, visibly relaxed when she saw Shifeng enter the room. Before she had met Shifeng, a major international corporation would have been unreachable, yet such a power had sent representatives to visit Zero Wing. Why wouldn't she be shocked? In contrast, Aqua Rose maintained her calm composure despite sitting, face to face, with Blackwater's representatives. As a previous honorary elder in a first-rate guild and the princess of her own major corporation, she had experience in these situations. Two representatives from the Blackwater Corporation waited in the room. One was a handsome, middle-aged man wearing casual clothing. Although he wasn't tall or muscular, he radiated a strange pressure. The other representative, a tall, robust man in a black suit, stood behind the middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be the latter's bodyguard. Although he didn't radiate any particular pressure, as if he were just a pedestrian, Shifeng recognized the bodyguard as extraordinary. He could feel the subtle threat of death from this bodyguard. Hello. You must be Zero Wing's elder Yifeng. Sure enough, as the rumors have said, you really are quite young. Your future is truly limitless, the middle-aged man said, smiling after observing Shifeng closely for a moment. Right, let me introduce myself. I am the Blackwater Corporation's Jing Yang, currently serving as an elder in the Blackwater Guild. Elder Jing Yang, to what does Zero Wing owe this visit? May I know what you wish to discuss? Shifeng asked as he eyed Jing Yang, getting straight to the point. He was somewhat familiar with the name, but his knowledge of this man was limited to God's domain. Jing Yang's name was familiar due to his status as a Tier 5 Grand Wizard in the past. Although the man hadn't amassed any eye-catching battle records, a Tier 5 player was still formidable. He had stood at the peak of God's domain. Shifeng had certainly never expected the Blackwater Corporation to send such a big shot to visit Zero Wing. What a straightforward question, Jing Yang said, laughing. He then nodded and continued. Since that is the case, I'll be direct. I'm here in place of the Blackwater Guild Xuanwu Chisa. Vice Guild leader Xuanwu has a very favorable view of Zero Wing, and she knows that Zero Wing is facing some financial difficulty. If Zero Wing is willing to sell us 10 guardian puppets, not only will we pay an ample amount of credits, but we'll also provide 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I'm sure you'll have no issues nurturing more experts quickly with these resources. 50 S-rank nutrient fluids? Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he heard Jing Yang's offer. He and Shifeng had seen plenty of credits before, but S-rank nutrient fluid was a different story. Blackie was no longer ignorant regarding training in God's domain. After his special training in the Extraordinary Tower and the S-rank nutrient fluid Shifeng occasionally granted him, he understood how valuable the fluid was. Not only did the S-rank nutrient fluid improve his real body's physique and brain function, but it also helped improve his combat standards in a short time. Unfortunately, S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't something one could buy with money alone. Their swift improvements thus far had been thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids the White Tiger Dojo had sent as payment. If Zero Wing could secure 50 more bottles, combined with the Guild's current real-world training facilities and the Extraordinary Tower, the Guild wouldn't need long to nurture another batch of Refinement Realm experts. So, this is what they want. Shifeng finally understood what Blackwater's aim for this visit. He had to admit that the battle at Moon Creek Town had made the Guardian puppets famous. Now, even Blackwater wanted to get its hands on the puppets, but it wasn't a weapon players could steal. As a result, Blackwater was forced to attempt to purchase it from Zero Wing. Seeing Shifeng's silent reaction and Blackie's surprise, Jingyang chuckled and said, "Now that the auction arena system has activated, the struggle for the various NPC cities has begun. As the only promoted NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and the neighboring kingdoms, White River City will become a target for the various major powers. You can easily imagine how intense the competition for its auction house will be. Moreover, we have heard that Starlink now bears immense hatred for Zero Wing due to the battle at Moon Creek Town, and has already begun preparations to claim White River City's auction house. If you are willing to sell us 10 Guardian puppets, Vice Guild leader Xuanwu will help you secure White River City's auction house. What do you think?" Jing Yang's voice had been very gentle, and temptation laced his words as if he had a thorough grasp of Zero Wing's weakness. He had even convinced Aqua Rose of this transaction's worth. Setting aside the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, the offer to help Zero Wing secure White River City's auction house made the transaction worthwhile. The struggles for an NPC city's auction house weren't like combat in the field and siege battles. It was a competition that heavily relied on the number of experts and resources one possessed. Compared to Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both aspects. However, if Zero Wing had Xuanwuqi's assistance, one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders, securing White River City's auction house was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Zero Wing desperately needed operating funds. If the guild received a large income of credits, its development could skyrocket. When Jingyang saw the yearning looks on both Aqua Rose and Blackie's faces, he was not surprised in the least. Blackwater's conditions were quite generous, offering exactly what Zero Wing currently needed. All they had to do was sign the contract and seal the deal. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng looked at Jingyang and earnestly replied, "I'm sorry, but we refuse." Chapter 2056. You'll regret it. At Shifeng's words, the reception room fell deathly silent. Both Jingyang and Aqua Rose were stunned and confused as they stared at Shifeng. "Why?" Jingyang could not help but ask after taking a deep breath. Blackwater's conditions were incredibly generous. If Zero Wing accepted the offer, it could grow more powerful than it had ever been. No guild would consider rejecting such an offer, and this was the perfect opportunity to reconcile with Blackwater. It was always better to have another ally than an extra enemy in God's domain. The Guardian puppet was a very powerful war weapon, first-rate whether protecting a town or attacking it. Other war weapons couldn't hold a candle to it, but it was only powerful right now. As players reached higher levels in Tier 3, the Guardian puppet would become obsolete. At most, one could rely on it as a slightly tougher Tier 3 combatant. In his opinion, Shifeng should be more than willing to agree with Blackwater's conditions. It should already be an honor for Zero Wing that Blackwater had paid a personal visit. Other first-rate guilds couldn't even qualify for the corporation's attention, yet Zero Wing was unappreciative of Blackwater's goodwill. "It's nothing major. The price your guild has offered is just too low, so we don't wish to sell," Shifeng replied in an extremely calm tone. "Low?" Jingyang was stunned. Softly he asked, "How much do you want then?" "In addition to the credits, I want 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops in major NPC cities," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Both Aqua Rose and Blackie turned to their guild leader in shock, gaping. 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Not even the White Tiger Dojo could afford such a price. Even a major corporation like Blackwater would feel a sting if it gave away 100 bottles. Furthermore, Shifeng wanted high-potential shops as well. Not even 10,000 gold was enough to purchase such things. 10 shops would equate more than 100,000 gold. "Are you insane?" Jingyang demanded. "Do you know how much money 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops are worth?" He wondered if Shifeng was trying to challenge his bottom line. He could accept paying 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, but asking for 10 shops was a joke. The Guardian puppet's value would decrease as players reached higher levels, but major NPC cities' shops would not. Their value would only increase as time passed. More players joined God's domain each day, and owning high-potential shops guaranteed a stable income. Even leasing these shops to others would generate substantial profits. To put it simply, the Guardian Puppet's value couldn't compare to that of high-potential shops. Not even 4 Guardian Puppets were worth a shop in a major NPC city, let alone a one-on-one trade. Elder Jingyang, if you find these conditions unacceptable, you may return to negotiate with your superiors, Shifeng said, smiling at the enraged man before him. His asking price was far above average, but at this stage of the game 10 Guardian Puppets were worth it. With 10 units, the Guardian Puppets could exhibit sufficient combat power, and whoever controlled them could effortlessly capture a guild town. They would also be a massive help when establishing a guild town in a neutral map. If he didn't need the S-rank nutrient fluids and credits so desperately, he wouldn't have even considered selling the Guardian Puppets to Blackwater. Constructing 10 puppets wouldn't be easy, and the materials were quite rare. Young man, you shouldn't be too greedy. Zero Wing will only benefit in the future if it secures Blackwater's friendship. Forget about the high-potential shops, Jingyang said after calming himself down. He then looked at Shifeng and stated his final price, 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, as well as the conditions I mentioned previously. Take care as you leave. I won't be able to see you off, Shifeng said. Very good. You'll regret this decision. Jingyang nearly spat blood when he heard Shifeng's response. He left the room in a huff, not wanting to linger in Zero Wing's headquarters a moment longer. After Jingyang left, both Aqua Rose and Liang Jing, who had witnessed the entire conversation from a corner of the room, turned to stare at Shifeng in befuddlement. They also could not help but admire Shifeng. That was 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about. Yet, despite the temptation of Blackwater's offer or its threats, Shifeng had remained unfazed. After Jingyang left Zero Wing's headquarters, he contacted Shuangwu and updated her on the negotiations' outcome. What an interesting person, Shuangwu could not help her smile. Even though Zero Wing's existence is on the line, he insists on keeping a tight grip on the Guardian Puppets. In my opinion, Zero Wing is not worthy of your attention, Vice Guild Leader. They have no idea that Starlink isn't the only guild targeting them, and that many other superpowers have set their sights on White River City. They don't realize the lifeline we're offering. They will regret their decision today, Jingyang said, sneering. In truth, he had visited Zero Wing's headquarters for 2 reasons. The first reason was for business. The second was to determine whether Zero Wing qualified to become one of Blackwater's puppets. However, it would seem that the guild's members were simply ignorant fools. All right, enough. Return for now. We still have much to do, Shuangwu said before disconnecting the call. She did not bother to comment further on the matter. Once the negotiations with Blackwater came to an end, Shifeng received Zero Wing's latest status report from Aqua Rose and Blackie. The guild continued to develop rapidly, especially regarding member recruitment. Zero Wing's elite member count now exceeded 400,000, and more than 4,000 expert members operated in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's growth was frightening. Shifeng had to admit that the battles in the Witch's Hill and near Moon Creek Town had elevated Zero Wing's fame and reputation. Now, many previously hesitant elite and expert players had finally decided to join Zero Wing. In addition, Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members had finished training in the Extraordinary Tower, splitting up into multiple 100-man teams to raid level 60 team dungeons. Their raid progression had also been impressive. They'd likely obtain the first clear of Star Moon Kingdom's various 100-man team dungeons in a few more days. The lack of funds was the only problem now, giving Aqua Rose and Blackie plenty of headaches. In response, Shifeng agreed to rent Zero Wing City's shops for credits, reducing the guild's coin income. After Shifeng had assigned tasks, he returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2057 Improving Swords Transmigration. Level 72 elemental guards wandered around the quiet hall supported by numerous stone pillars. They left no space for players to approach the hall's center. As one approached the central crystal pillar, the elemental guards closed ranks. The moment Surefeng logged back into the game, he returned to clearing out these elemental guards. Blackwater's sudden business proposition and Zero Wing's rapid development had helped Surefeng realize that his guild's development had reached a bottleneck. Growing further would be painfully difficult with the guild's financial predicament. Nowadays, Zero Wing's fame and territory were growing. The guild's member count also continued to rise. Although he had been working to secure Zero Wing's foundations and had restricted the recruitment conditions further, the guild had still reached its financial limit. Even an outsider like Blackwater could see this. It was easy to imagine that other guilds had also noticed Zero Wing's struggles. Normally, a guild would attempt to negotiate with companies and corporations for investment once it reached a developmental bottleneck. Shadow had been the same in the past due to the guild's rapid development. The guild had desperately needed capital. Only after receiving several large companies' investments did the guild continue its development, eventually becoming a second-rate guild. This was the most common option for upstart guilds, although it also scattered the guild's shares, decreasing its cohesion. Of course, there was another method to break past this bottleneck. A guild could maintain its state or reduce its member count, ultimately slowing its development speed. Normally, Surefeng might have chosen that option. At worst, it would allow other guilds to surpass Zero Wing. However, now that the auction arena system had activated, the competition between the various major powers had reached a peak. If Zero Wing's competition surpassed it now, it wouldn't be surprising if the guild were removed from God's domain entirely. Hence, deliberately stifling Zero Wing's development would only ensure a slow and imminent death. Since he didn't wish to share the guild's authority or abandon its phenomenal development speed, there was only one option available. He had to earn a large sum of credits through God's domain. Surefeng hadn't had the means to do so in the past. God's domain's resources weren't easy to obtain, and converting them into credits would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. However, things were different in this life. Once he had entered the ancient god's secret maze, Surefeng had realized that acquiring a large number of credits through the game wasn't necessarily impossible. The elemental cores. Not only could one synthesize elemental cores into elemental crystals, but they could also trade the cores for stamina gemstones from the Sea of Illusion's 4-star wandering merchants. Stamina was imperative to every player. Players' stamina largely restricted their activity in the fields. Hence, items that could increase one's stamina or stamina regeneration were immensely valuable in God's domain. Players could bind stamina gemstones to their equipment to improve their recovery rate. Each gemstone increased stamina recovery rate by 7%, and the more of these gemstones one equipped, the faster they'd regain their stamina. Stamina gemstones were one of the few items in God's domain that would never lose their value. No matter what level players reached, they still needed stamina to move, and recovery took a long time. However, players couldn't obtain stamina gemstones from killing monsters. Only 4-star wandering merchants sold the items. Moreover, each wandering merchant demanded a different price for the gemstones. The wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, a secret land in God's domain, required elemental cores for their stamina gemstones. Several players had discovered the secret land early and made a fortune from it in the past. They had ventured across God's domain, purchasing elemental cores, and traded them for stamina gemstones in the Sea of Illusion. When the public eventually learned of this secret, the elemental cores' prices had skyrocketed. Now that Surefeng could collect a large number of elemental cores from these elemental guards, he could use this opportunity to make a fortune by selling stamina gemstones. After all, no one had visited the Sea of Illusion, a level 100 map, yet. Realizing this, Surefeng's enthusiasm to grind the elemental guards reached new heights. He also began to use divine providence to increase his harvest. Although killing these elemental guards was monotonous, Surefeng considered it a good opportunity to refine his bronze combat technique, Swords Transmigration. High mana environments were extremely rare in God's domain, let alone one with denser mana than Zero Wing City. He wouldn't have to worry about his stamina or concentration consumption rates while using the bronze combat technique here. As Surefeng executed Swords Transmigration, he became more familiar with the technique. As a result, he could divert and use more of his enemies' attacks. Initially, he had only been able to take advantage of 3 enemy attacks at once, but after some practice he could use 4, then 5 attacks to his advantage. Moreover, the technique's power increased substantially. The closer he got to the central pillar, the closer the elemental guards clustered. If he weren't careful, he would lure 2 guards at a time, significantly increasing the time he needed to kill each. At first, he had spent nearly 30 minutes trying to kill the elemental guards that approached him in pairs, with more than 20 of those minutes focused on the first elemental guard. However, as he mastered Sword's Transmigration, he eventually lowered that time to 20 minutes per pair. Finally, after nearly 2 days of fighting, Shifeng had eliminated all of the elemental guards in the hall. During that time, Shifeng had slain over 200 elemental guards, obtaining 727 elemental cores and 213 epic armor kit fragments. He now had enough to synthesize 2 complete epic armor kits. Even Shifeng was stupefied by his harvest. He had to admit that the Azura mode trial was wondrous. He hadn't even ventured past the maze's first hall, and he had yet to face the guardian boss, yet he had acquired enough of a bounty to make superpowers envious. After organizing his loot, Shifeng shifted his gaze toward the 5-meter-tall, 4-armed elemental prayer a short distance away. The guardian boss wore white robes and held a staff and a golden longsword. Shifeng hadn't been particularly confident of defeating the elemental prayer earlier, but after improving his skill with Sword's Transmigration, he was more than eager to fight the guardian boss. As long as he won, he would obtain a bloodline. Stealthily, Shifeng approached the elemental prayer from behind. Unsheathing his swords and activating Wind Blade, he transformed into a blur as he thrust his blades toward the Realm Lord's back. Chapter 2058 Fighting the Realm Lord. Although Shifeng's movement speed was very high, the elemental prayer was a Realm Lord. Not only would it have increased combat power within its territory, but it could also suppress enemies. These 2 effects made the Realm Lord far more powerful than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. The instant Shifeng moved within 50 yards of the elemental prayer, he felt his body grow heavier. His speed significantly decreased as well. The gravity around it is so powerful, Shifeng could not help but frown. Realm Lords had different methods of controlling their territory. Some manipulated physical objects to attack players, while others suppressed players' basic attributes. The most troublesome Realm Lords were those that could control their environment. Realm Lords with environmental control could transform the area around them into a sea of fire or an icy hell. There were also some Realm Lords like the Elemental Prayer that could increase the gravitational force around them. For players, increased gravitational force was far more frightening than movement speed reduction. More gravitational pull would slow every movement they made. The Elemental Prayer discovered Shifeng the moment he entered its domain, and it began to chant a spell and wave its staff. Suddenly, over 20 wind blades flew at Shifeng. At the same time, rocky spikes began to emerge from the ground under his feet. The guardian boss had needed no time at all to complete its double cast. Shifeng had no choice but to jump up to dodge the rock spikes. Unfortunately, while he was airborne, he wasn't able to dodge the wind blades that had arrived a moment later. Without being able to dodge the wind blades, Shifeng's only option was to receive the magical attack with his sword. Sword's Orbit. Boom! 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 The instant Shifeng's swords collided with the wind blades, he felt as if he had batted away a cannonball. His arm felt slightly numb from the impact of a single collision. Moreover, the numbness lingered for longer periods with each subsequent deflection. With the increased gravitational force slowing his reactions, Shifeng began to struggle to keep up with the wind blades' attacks after a few clashes. Seeing so many wind blades left, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade to block the remainder of the Elemental Prayer's first round of attacks. So strong. When Shifeng landed and noticed the Elemental Prayer double casting again, he could only stare at the Realm Lord for a moment in astonishment. Against so many powerful attacks and the increased gravitational force, even a level 70 expert would likely die in an instant. However, before Shifeng's arms could regain feeling, the Elemental Prayer finished chanting its spells. Like its first round, the Guardian boss attacked with rock spikes and wind blades. Break! This time, Surefeng didn't try to dodge the rising rock spikes, using Purgatory Pentaslash to shatter them. Instead, he then spun around and dashed toward a nearby stone pillar. With his current basic attributes and the battlefield's gravitational force, dodging all 20+ wind blades would be impossible. His death would be guaranteed if he tried to take those attacks head-on. Hence, he had to rely on the stone pillars around him to block the wind blades. Using the stone pillars to reduce his blind spots, Surefeng found it easier to dodge and block the incoming wind blades. In the end, he survived the elemental prayer's second offensive unscathed. Sure enough, these stone pillars are here for a reason. Surefeng breathed a sigh of relief when, after taking a few hits from the wind blades, he saw that the stone pillar remained intact. If the wind blades, which had peak Tier 3 power, had shattered the stone pillars, this battle was as good as over for him. Although he could rely on the stone pillars to block the Realm Lord's attacks, approaching the elemental prayer was still extraordinarily difficult. After multiple attempts, Surefeng discovered that the Realm Lord used a greater variety of spells the closer he got to it. Sometimes the elemental prayer fired a beam of roaring flames. Other times it called down a column of water from above. Of course, the Guardian boss still used the occasional rock spikes and wind blades. The boss's coordination with the 4 types of attacks made approaching the elemental prayer practically impossible. As expected of a Realm Lord, this boss could likely even annihilate a 100-man team of the same level. Trying to fight it alone is asking too much. Surefeng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the elemental prayer cast one spell after another. Magical class monsters were most afraid enemies getting close. After all, they were vulnerable in close-range combat, but Surefeng couldn't even get within 40 yards of the Realm Lord, much less melee range. He felt as if he were surrounded by a party of Tier 3 magical class players as Tier 3 spells continued to bombard him. He could only rely on the surrounding stone pillars to evade the spells. If any other peak expert were in his shoes, they'd have likely died a long time ago. Surefeng had to admit that the Azura mode Guardian boss was astounding. Trying to acquire an item that rivaled a fragmented legendary item wasn't going to be easy. Surefeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag, and spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Miniature World instantly reduced the gravitational force that affected Surefeng. At the same time, the elemental prayer's basic attributes fell by a significant chunk. Although Miniature World suppression didn't hinder the Realm Lord drastically, it still reduced its basic attributes by 20%, which considerably reduced the power of its spells. Meanwhile, Ring of Brilliance improved Surefeng's physique and basic attributes by 20%. Now Surefeng could intercept the elemental prayer's wind blades with his swords without relying on the stone pillars. Moreover, Surefeng could exhibit his full strength now that the elemental prayer's gravity domain had been weakened. He could dodge the boss's attacks with ease and soon reach the Realm Lord. Killing Ray tore through the air, sending a streak of blue light slicing at the elemental prayer. Although the Guardian boss wielded a golden longsword, its melee prowess paled in comparison to its magical power. Surefeng easily maneuvered his attack past the elemental prayer's defenses and landed a direct, critical hit, dealing over -40,000 damage. Despicable intruder. Suffer God's fury. The elemental prayer bellowed after taking the hit. The golden longsword in its hand disintegrated, and 8 smaller versions appeared around the Realm Lord, each wrapped in golden flames. Under the elemental prayer's control, golden longswords flew toward Surefeng. Surefeng hurriedly moved and executed Sword's Transmigration to block the attacks. The power within these golden longswords was immense. They clearly harbored more strength than Surefeng currently possessed. Instead of receiving the attacks head-on, Surefeng expertly used his movement techniques to evade some of the flaming weapons, while deflecting the rest. By doing so, he managed to fend off the Guardian boss's attacks without taking damage. After knocking away the golden swords, Surefeng used the opportunity to bombard the elemental prayer with one skill after another. Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst, Shadow Blade. Damages in exceeding -100,000 began to appear above the elemental prayer's head, with some in the hundreds of thousands. The Guardian boss's HP began to fall at a visible rate. Once that round of attacks had ended, The elemental prayer continued to manipulate the golden swords, pressing its attack. However, Shurfeng managed to block every incoming strike. Although the elemental prayer occasionally cast spells, Shurfeng could heal himself with the 7 Luminaries Ring's life domain. Overall, although Shurfeng had the advantage, the elemental prayer had too much HP. Although its maximum HP had been reduced to 52 million, its battle recovery restored 520,000 HP every 5 seconds. This slowed Shurfeng's progress in the fight. Even after more than 5 minutes, the elemental prayer still had 95% of its HP remaining. Unfortunately, Miniature World only had a 10-minute duration, and without it, Shurfeng wouldn't be a match for the Realm Lord. Furthermore, Shurfeng had to spend 5,000 magic crystals each time he activated the skill, and he had only brought a little over 20,000 with him. Should I give up? Shurfeng had fought for nearly 10 minutes, yet the elemental prayer still had 92% of its HP. If he couldn't increase his DPS, the Guardian boss would eventually wear him down and kill him. However, when Shurfeng saw the 8 golden longswords flying toward him once more, his eyes lit up with inspiration as he considered a way to increase his damage. He simply needed to use the elemental prayer's strength against it. This time, Shurfeng didn't dodge the 8 golden longswords. Instead, he met all of them in battle. Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2059 Bronze Combat Techniques True Ability. The elemental prayer's attacks were quite cunning. Since the start of the battle, it had used the 8 golden longswords to attack Shurfeng from all directions. Moreover, the flaming weapons were far more nimble than the wind blades and could even alter their attack trajectories during their attacks. Even a shield warrior or guardian knight skilled with the shield would take a direct hit if they weren't careful. As soon as Shurfeng began to execute Swords Transmigration, he deflected 5 longswords, sending them in different directions. 2 of them slammed into 2 longswords Shurfeng hadn't deflected, nullifying the attacks. Due to Shurfeng's limited strength, he couldn't fully utilize the remaining 3 deflected longswords. He wasn't able to send them toward the elemental prayer. Moreover, he wasn't able to deflect or nullify the last longsword, and it cut through Shurfeng's right shoulder. Minus 83,167. Sure enough, I'm really pushing my limits. Shurfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his HP. Just one of these golden longswords could deal enough damage to kill a level 60 magical class player. Even a level 60 MT would likely be in danger. Fortunately, Shurfeng's defense far surpassed that of a level 60 MT. Amassing 80,000 HP alone was difficult for current players, but Shurfeng had already reached level 70, had a bloodline, and possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. Including the Ring of Brilliance's effects, he had as much as 260,000 HP. He was even sturdier than a level 70 tier 2 metric tons. This was what made monsters fearsome. Despite the fact that their combat standards were no match for players, their extraordinarily high HPs rendered players helpless. Unless players' combat power far surpassed the monsters they fought, they'd have no choice but to flee. HP was one of the weaknesses solo players faced. Even if a solo player were stronger than a boss, they'd never defeat the monster unless they had the help of certain tools. However, after blocking the latest attacks, Shurfeng finally saw a ray of hope. There was no doubt that his strength was no match for the golden longswords, so his ability to deflect and direct the weapons was limited. However, sending the flaming weapons toward the elemental prayer wasn't impossible. Only, his grasp of positioning and timing had to be perfect. This was also the first time he had to deflect 5 attacks with so much strength, so he severely lacked the proper experience. After taking a brief moment to consider his next move, Shurfeng began to attack the Realm Lord again. Like before, the 8 golden longswords flew toward him from multiple directions. This time, however, Shurfeng immediately activated Void Shield, the translucent barrier enveloping his body. Swords Transmigration. Boom! Boom! 2 golden longswords struck the Void Shield, and the 5 blades Shurfeng deflected landed near the elemental prayer's feet, missing the boss by a few inches. Did I attack too soon? Seeing the flaming longswords land at the elemental prayer's feet, Shurfeng knew he had been too hasty, resulting in an undesirable outcome. He needed to make some minor adjustments. Despite seeing the elemental prayer launch another round of attacks, Shifeng deliberately maintained his speed. Boom! 3 golden longswords flew into the void shield simultaneously. Fortunately, Shifeng had sent one of the 5 longswords he had deflected into the elemental prayer's foot. A damage of over -300,000 appeared above the Realm Lord's head, far exceeding what Shifeng's normal skills were capable of. This excited Shifeng. The outcome was almost as he had imagined. The system calculated the damage monsters dealt to each other differently than the damage they dealt to players. Although the flaming weapon had lost a fraction of its power after Shifeng had deflected it, it still dealt far more damage than what he could manage. Now Shifeng more or less understood why the various superpowers in the past had kept such a tight lid on their bronze combat techniques. Mastering a bronze combat technique like Sword's Transmigration was far more powerful than obtaining a curse or taboo skill. Even without external tools, players would have the potential to solo high-rank bosses with such a technique. The successful experience gave Shifeng a far better grasp of his timing. Following which, Shifeng returned another dozen attacks to the elemental prayer. Moreover, his deflections became more accurate with each successful attempt. Initially, he had only been able to hit the Guardian boss with one of the golden longswords, but eventually, he returned 2 flaming weapons, doubling his DPS and devouring the Realm Lord's HP. 95%, 85%, 80%. Although he wasn't able to return the other 3 golden longswords he deflected, as he became more familiar with the process, he was able to nullify the remaining attacks. He no longer allowed any of the golden longswords to hit him. Time quickly passed. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 30%, the Realm Lord went berserk and called down lightning to strike around it. This forced Shifeng to activate Absolute Domain to survive. Foolish mortal! Burn to ash! The elemental prayer's eyes lit with a scorching glow as it glared down at Shifeng. Suddenly, the surrounding mana began to surge toward the Guardian boss. And the mana storm that ensued prevented Shifeng from approaching. The elemental prayer then raised its staff, manifesting a 3-fold magic array above its head that covered a 100-yard radius. Raging thunder. Suddenly, arcs of golden electricity shot up from the ground. A large-scale destruction spell? Surprised, Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's fantasy domain, which made him immune to all magic damage. Magical class bosses generally possessed a few large-scale destruction spells, but they didn't normally cast the spells when players were within melee range, since such spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was very easy to get caught within one's own spell if cast at close range. This was also why Shifeng hadn't bothered to use any of his own large-scale destruction spells. Yet, the elemental prayer before him cast its spell without hesitation. The Guardian boss intended to perish along with its enemy. After Shifeng activated Fantasy Domain, a sea of electricity enveloped everything within a 100-yard radius, with the elemental prayer in its center. Even the Guardian boss suffered damage, his HP continuing to decrease. The golden arcs only began to dissipate after 6 seconds, having destroyed a significant portion of the hall. After its large-scale destruction spell, the Realm Lord had only lost 5% of its HP. What a powerful spell! Was that a Tier 3 curse? Shifeng stared at the rising smoke on the elemental prayer's body in astonishment. If not for his magic immunity skill, that attack would have killed Shifeng. He barely had any lightning resistance, and his magic resistance alone wouldn't have been enough. Clearly, the elemental prayer didn't have that problem. As an elemental creature, its magic resistance was immensely high. Even after taking damage from its own Tier 3 curse, it had only lost 5% of its HP, roughly 3 million in total. If it were any other boss, it would have lost at least 6 million HP. However, it was clear that the elemental prayer was slightly weaker after casting the Tier 3 curse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng fervently hacked and slashed at the Realm Lord. Fortunately, the 8 golden longswords no longer had more strength than Shifeng, and as a result, he easily deflected the flaming weapons back at the Guardian boss, taking more HP from it than before. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 1%, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and finished it off with instant strike. With a short cry, the elemental prayer collapsed, transforming into countless particles of light. Chapter 2060 Elemental Prayer's Loot. The mana density within the hall rose sharply after the elemental prayer's death. It went berserk as it gathered around the Realm Lord's dissipating corpse, gathering the particles of light into a dazzling ball. Slowly, the ball of light rose into the air, growing larger as it absorbed more mana. The light illuminated the hall as if a miniature sun had risen. After several seconds, the gigantic light ball burst, and two dazzling streams of light flowed toward the ground. 2 items? Shifeng watched the 2 beams shine before him in utter astonishment. According to his understanding, every Guardian boss players killed in the Ancient God's Secret Keys trial only yielded 1 item, but that item would undoubtedly be top-tier quality. However, the Elemental Prayer had dropped 2 items, the equivalent of killing 2 Guardian bosses. Shifeng had definitely hit the jackpot. When Shifeng stepped forward and touched the 2 beams of light, the light faded and revealed 2 translucent globes, each containing 1 item. When these 2 items revealed themselves, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System. Congratulations. You have slain the Elemental Prayer within 30 minutes. You may choose one of the 2 items before you as your reward. Shifeng was speechless. He had hoped that Divine Providence had doubled his loot, but in the end he'd still walk away with a single item. This choice was simply a result of killing the Elemental Prayer within half an hour. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. All of the items these Guardian bosses dropped were the best of the best. Being able to double one's loot with higher luck would be absurd. Let's have a look at these 2 then. After containing his excitement, Shifeng tapped on the 2 items and inspected their attribute panels. After a brief look, Shifeng's heart began to pound with elation once more. Although he knew that these items would be top tier, he couldn't help his gasp after inspecting them. Both items were amazing. Not even a mythic field boss's loot could compare to either item's value. One of the 2 items was an emerald bead named Elemental Protector. It was a bona fide epic item that could summon 4 elemental beasts of the same tier, as the user and 5 levels higher at no cost. Each of these 4 elemental beasts could use skills and spells that correlated with their element: earth, water, wind, and fire. However, this item could only summon up to tier 4 elemental beasts, and it had a 12-hour duration and a 2 Natura-day cooldown. As long as a player reached tier 4, they could use the Elemental Protector to summon 4 tier 4 beasts to fight alongside them. It was an astounding ability. Tier 4 magic scrolls were even rarer than epic items in God's domain, and Shifeng had only heard of tier 4 summoning scrolls, never actually seen one. Regardless of the era, a tier 4 summon creature would be an immensely powerful ally, even after 10 years in God's domain. Tier 4 and above combatants were extremely rare. First-rate guilds would be incredibly lucky if they had a single tier 5 player. Any first-rate guild with a tier 6 god-ranked expert would be considered a top-ranked guild, no matter how weak the rest of its members were. Without a doubt, the Elemental Protector was one of the best epic items available in the game. It would easily fetch an astronomical price regardless of when it sold. The other time the Elemental Prayer had dropped was called the Twilight Blade. It was the same weapon the Realm Lord had used against Shifeng, and although it wasn't a famed sword, it was a replica of the legendary weapon Afterglow. Every legendary weapon had once been famous throughout God's domain. Some had even been treated as kingdom's heirlooms. Even a legendary weapon replica was far beyond any epic weapon. Most replicas were the crafter's failed copies when trying to produce the real deal. Some replicas had even been crafted with the same materials as the true legendary weapon, and some included even better materials. Meanwhile, the Twilight Blade before him was somewhat special. It was actually a prototype of Afterglow. However, the crafter hadn't used high enough quality materials in its creation, so it hadn't become a legendary weapon. This replica hadn't been a result of a flawed production process. Twilight Blade, Replica, One-Handed Sword, Epic Rank, Level 60, Level 120 Equipment Requirement. Strength 2000 Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack Power plus 2360, Level 60. Strength plus 205. Agility plus 130, Endurance plus 157, Attack Speed plus 18. Ignore 40% of the target's defense. When equipped, Strength increased by 25%. Agility increased by 10%. All sword skills plus 1 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All skill completion rate increased by 2%. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the floating light effect, splitting the weapon into 3 copies. The 2 duplicates cannot be blocked and deal 100% damage. Additional passive sketch dash. Twilight Glow. Twilight power will corrode any targets the Twilight Blade strikes, decreasing their reaction speed by 15%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Twilight's Shadow. Transforms the Twilight Blade into 8 copies, each carrying 80% of the original's strength. Duration 5 minutes cooldown. 3 hours additional active skill 2 dash. Twilight of the Gods. Transform a radius of 100 yards into a Twilight domain. While within the Twilight domain, users' basic attributes decrease by 25% and is split into 8 physical doppelgangers. If the doppelgangers wield the blade's Twilight Shadow summons, they will have 85% of the user's basic attributes. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. The famed smith, Flock Bayer, created this sword as a prototype for Afterglow. It is a masterpiece that was formed by combining all of Flock Bayer's forging techniques. In Shurfeng's opinion, if not for Afterglow's existence, the Twilight Blade would have been one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. It could almost rival the sacred sword Killing Ray. If he only compared the weapon's attack power and strength, it was even more powerful than Killing Ray. Killing Ray had been crafted with a fragment from one of God's Domain's 10 great legendary weapons, yet the Twilight Blade could rival its power. Although the Elemental Protector allowed players to summon elemental beasts, boosting their combat power, the Twilight Blade was a top-tier epic weapon with amazing additional skills. If one combined the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, their combat power would skyrocket for a short time. God's Domain's experts would go crazy for either of these items. Let's go with you. After giving the matter some thought, Shurfeng chose the Twilight Blade. The Elemental Protector might be the better choice from a guild's perspective, but it would only be useful if the guild had a Tier 4 player. Tier 4 was still a long time away for Shurfeng and Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Bible of Darkness, which was even more powerful than the Elemental Protector. On the other hand, the Twilight Blade could increase his combat power now. His Abyssal Blade's level was too low at the moment. Its evolution speed couldn't keep up with his leveling speed. If he wanted to explore more of the Ancient Gods Maze and acquire its treasures, he had to prioritize his own combat power. Following which, Shurfeng replaced the Abyssal Blade with the Twilight Blade. Although most players would struggle to fulfill the 2000 strength equipment requirement, it wasn't a problem for Shurfeng. Once he equipped the Twilight Blade, Shurfeng felt his overall strength increase substantially. His attack power, in particular, rose by a whopping 15%. Shurfeng then shifted his focus to the crystalline pillar in the center of the hall. After all, it was the most valuable item in the area. Chapter 2061 Advanced Bloodline. A magic array surrounded the crystal pillar in the center of the hall, preventing players from approaching. Although the seal seemed quite simple, not even a Tier 4 being could force their way through it. When Shurfeng stepped up to the barrier and lightly tapped it, a system window opened before him, introducing the magic array. Truly amazing. If I hadn't already grasped the technique to decipher advanced magic arrays, I wouldn't have been able to do anything but stare at this barrier. Shurfeng couldn't help his surprise after gaining a general understanding of the array. There were 2 types of magic arrays that protected system-generated treasure in God's Domain. The first type disappeared once the Guardian boss protecting the treasure died. The second type required players to unravel the magic array through their own abilities. This type didn't care for players' combat power, but their ability to understand magic arrays. The first type was the easiest to remove, but as players leveled up, they'd begin to encounter more of the second type. Hence, it had been very important for players to take on the Magician subclass and develop it during Shurfeng's previous life. Many expert players had to study magic arrays seriously even though they hated learning about them, especially magical class players. Due to how common the second type of magic arrays had become at later levels, God's Domain's various guilds had also turned more focus to the magician subclass. During the game's later stages, a master magician's status wasn't any lower than that of a master forger or master alchemist. Meanwhile, to remove the magic array protecting the crystal pillar before Surefeng, one had to be a master at deciphering advanced magic arrays at the very least. Normally, players only encounter basic ranked ceiling magic arrays after level 70. It was very rare to find an intermediate magic array protecting items of this level. Yet the array before him required an advanced magician to untangle. Although the various superpowers had tasked many of their players to learn about magic arrays, there were very few intermediate magicians at this stage of the game, much less advanced magicians. Once Surefeng had inspected the array, he began to dismantle it. Dismantling a magic array wasn't particularly difficult, although that didn't mean it was easy either. As long as a player knew how to draw the ceiling magic array in question, it could be undone. Looking at the array, Surefeng was relieved that he had already become an advanced magician. Otherwise, he could only watch as a bloodline slipped through his fingers. Finally, after studying for 5 hours, Surefeng finally learned how to draw the ceiling magic array. The barrier around the crystalline pillar began to shatter, and shortly after, it fell away entirely, revealing the pillar before Surefeng. The crystal pillar was translucent, and the bloodline within it shone with a dazzling light due to the magic barrier around the pillar. Surefeng hadn't felt anything particular from the bloodline, but now that he had removed the magic array, he could feel an intense pressure. The difference between his life rating and the bloodlines pressed down on him. Although he only stared at the bloodline, he felt as if he were being suppressed. Is it an advanced bloodline? Surefeng could not help his surprise as he felt the pressure. Bloodlines fell into 3 categories: basic, advanced, and peak. The dark iron bloodline he had obtained from the divine shrine was a basic bloodline. However, since the dark iron bloodline was extremely compatible with the swordsman class, it was considered a top-rank basic bloodline. Yet despite that, he still felt an immense pressure from the bloodline within the crystal pillar. The only explanation was that his life rating was inferior to this bloodline. Hence, Surefeng guessed that it was an advanced bloodline. Although he very much wished that it was a peak bloodlines were as rare and valuable as legendary items. The chances of finding one in the Ancient Gods maze were abysmally low, even for Azura mode. On the other hand, the chances of finding an advanced bloodline were relatively high. Even so, Surefeng was stunned. Any advanced bloodline could make reaching higher tiers far easier for players. With a little talent and effort, reaching tier 5 wouldn't be a problem. An advanced bloodline would even help players when challenging their tier 6 promotion, which was why God's Domain's various major powers had gone mad over bloodlines in the past. Without hesitation, Surefeng strode up to the crystalline pillar and removed the crystal bottle. He then inspected the bottle's attribute panel. Elemental bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, a player will become one of the element's favored children, gaining increased compatibility with all spells. Mainly improves intelligence and vitality, followed by agility, endurance, and strength. It really is an advanced bloodline. After inspecting the elemental bloodline, Surefeng was ecstatic. Although the elemental bloodline's attribute panel did not indicate the bloodline's rank, basic bloodlines only focused on one attribute, while advanced bloodlines increased 2. Since the elemental bloodline concentrated on 2 attributes, it had to be an advanced bloodline. Moreover, the ability it provided was incredibly powerful, increasing a player's compatibility with all spells. It was, at the very least, far more powerful than any of the advanced bloodlines Surefeng had seen in the Divine Shrine. If a magical class player used this bloodline, their overall prowess would increase. This was certainly a top-tier advanced bloodline, even more valuable than top-tier fragmented legendary items. Surefeng carefully stored the elemental bloodline before he continued to explore the Ancient Gods maze. The maze was excruciatingly complex, and each time he entered a new hall, he had to face another group of elemental monsters. Moreover, these monsters' levels were a notch above the first group he had faced, all level 75 or higher. However, after equipping the Twilight Blade, Surefeng's combat power had risen significantly, and as a result, He was able to kill these stronger monsters faster than he had the first hall's elemental guards. Unfortunately, Shifeng only dared to watch the guardian bosses in these halls from afar. The easiest guardian boss he encountered was a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, and some halls were even guarded by mythic monsters. Without the ability to rely on summoned creatures, he'd only find an early grave if he tried to face these guardian bosses. However, Shifeng didn't let any of the elemental monsters off the hook, even if he couldn't do anything about the guardian bosses. These monsters were walking epic armor kit fragments and elemental cores. Encountering an opportunity like this in the future wouldn't be easy. As such, Shifeng grinded in the ancient god's maze for 12 full days, wiping out every elemental creature that was not a guardian boss he came across. After exploring the ancient god's maze for so long, Shifeng eventually discovered a unique hall. This one was far better decorated than its neighbors. Rather than stone pillars, this hall's pillars were made of mana stone. However, due to the hall's poor lighting, Shifeng could only see 60 yards around him. The moment Shifeng set foot on the floor of magic crystal, he struggled to breathe. A deafening roar then assaulted his ears, and the entire hall trembled violently at the sound. The roar faded, and before Shifeng could regain his composure, a bright light illuminated the area. In the hall that could fit hundreds of thousands of people, a 60-meter-tall bronze dragon loomed before Shifeng. The bronze dragon's incredible aura was so powerful that it warped space around it, and when bathed in this aura, Shifeng couldn't even move an inch. Chapter 2062 Bronze Dragon King A Dragon? Shifeng stared at the titanic figure before him in disbelief. Even though he stood several hundred yards away from the dragon, its aura felt as if he stood before a towering mountain. The pressure he felt from the dragon was absolutely stifling. Its aura was so powerful that he couldn't even move. He could only stand there quietly, staring at the being. Powerful. Destruction. Death. These words ran through Shifeng's mind as the dragon's aura washed over him. Bronze Dragon King. Dragon Tier 5 level? HP? 2. Shifeng had no doubt that the slightest exhale from this bronze dragon could turn him to dust. Even a Tier 5 existence would be powerless before this bronze dragon king. A dragon's life rating was extremely high, and once it reached adulthood, it would automatically advance to Tier 5. The weakest Tier 5 dragon was an apex existence among other Tier 5 beings, and even during the gods' era, the dragon race had been one of the most powerful. Even gods and demons were afraid of dragons. Meanwhile, among dragons there were dragon kings. Dragon King's bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. At Tier 5 they could even contend with Tier 6 gods. If a Tier 5 human NPC encountered a Tier 5 Dragon King, they'd have no hope of surviving. If they were wise, Tier 6 god rank players would take the long way around a Tier 5 Dragon King. Trying to fight such a being head-on would be the epitome of foolishness. Fortunately, this Bronze Dragon King was sealed within a magic array. Otherwise, Shifeng wouldn't have even had time to run. With a wave of his claw, the Bronze Dragon King could send Shifeng on a free trip back to White River City. This is the final test. After seeing the raging Bronze Dragon King behind the magic barrier, Shifeng shifted his attention to his surroundings. The hall contained a second magic array, and within it sat a resplendent box. Most players might not think much of this box, but Shifeng, who was unusually familiar with God's domain, realized that this box had been made with 7 luminaries crystal. 7 luminaries crystal was incomparably valuable to both players and NPCs. It was one of the reasons that so many major corporations invested in God's domain. Nothing else in the hall grabbed Shifeng's attention. Unlike the previous halls, this one only contained a guardian boss. There weren't any mobs for Shifeng to kill. Although Shifeng wanted to approach and inspect the Bronze Dragon King, his powerful aura prevented the swordsman from moving. After raging for another 10 seconds or so, the Bronze Dragon King eventually calmed down. The ferocity of its aura also began to lessen, and Shifeng regained control of his body. But as soon as Shifeng began to relax, the imprisoned dragon spoke. "Little human, the fact that you have reached this place proves that you have some ability. According to the rules those despicable gods and demons had set, I will give you 3 options, the Bronze Dragon King said, watching Shifeng. Your first option is to accept my trial. If you pass, you'll receive the treasure those gods and demons left behind. Taking the gods and demons' oath is your second option. You can also acquire the treasure this way. Your third option involves signing a contract with me. Although you won't get the treasure, you will receive my blessing. My blessing will grant you strength beyond human limits. Make your decision. Although the Bronze Dragon King spoke in the dragon language, which Shifeng knew nothing about, he was actually able to understand the Dragon King's intentions. There are choices. The situation surprised Shifeng a little. He had never imagined that the final hall in the ancient god's maze would offer him choices. He had never heard of such a thing. According to his knowledge regarding the Secret Keys trial, players weren't given any choices. If players wanted any of the trial's treasures, they had to defeat the guardian bosses, yet he now had 3 options to consider. The first option was undoubtedly the standard procedure. If players were confident of their strength, the first option would be the best. The second option allowed players to obtain the treasure without risking themselves overmuch. Many players would likely choose this option without a second thought. This was the final hall in the ancient god's maze after all. The treasure in this room would be extraordinary, but Shifeng understood one thing. There were no free lunches in this world. Current players might know nothing about gods and demons' oaths, but he did. During his previous life, these oaths had earned the nickname divine contracts, and every one of them was a two-way deal. By signing a divine contract, players would have to abide by the conditions the gods and demons had set. If they failed to do so, they'd suffer a miserable fate. Many in the past had eagerly signed divine contracts and failed to meet the stipulated conditions, and in the end, they had suffered such severe penalties that they had been forced to delete their accounts. Hence, while the second option the Bronze Dragon King had stated sounded good, the risk was considerable. The third option wasn't much different than the second, although this contract would be between the player and the Bronze Dragon King. There was no real difference between signing the Bronze Dragon King's contract and signing one with gods and demons. Although the third option wouldn't award the final hall's treasure, a Dragon King's blessing was just as extraordinary. Any blessing held great significance to players, especially the Bronze Dragon King's. Its effects were likely even stronger than that of a bloodline. Blessings were so valuable in God's domain because of how few were granted. Only incomparably powerful existences could bless others, and those that received a blessing would acquire great power. However, this power had its price. The blessing's giver would have to segment a fraction of their strength, granting it to their target. In other words, the blessing giver would lose strength to empower others. Hence, even Tier 6 gods were incredibly careful when offering a blessing. They never gave one on a whim. May I know what the oath's conditions are? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. This I cannot answer. You may only learn more about the oath after taking it. This is a condition those gods and demons set for me so long ago. The Bronze Dragon King explained indifferently. Human, I do not have much patience. You only have 10 minutes to consider. Can't tell me, huh? Shifeng realized what was happening after listening to the Bronze Dragon King's words. Since players could obtain the treasure by taking the oath, its conditions were undoubtedly quite strict. However, whether or not a player could accept these conditions remained unknown. By denying players the oath's details, players couldn't determine the condition's severity. This also ensured some sense of fairness to the Bronze Dragon King's situation. If players knew the oath's conditions, they wouldn't bother with the dragon's blessing. Human, what is your choice? The Bronze Dragon King demanded in a deep tone after 10 minutes had passed. After taking in a deep breath, Shifeng replied, the first option. Whether it was the gods and demons' oath or the Bronze Dragon King's contract, the risk was too great. On the off chance that he couldn't fulfill the conditions, he would have to delete his account and start all over again. He didn't dare take such a gamble. What? The first option? Shifeng's decision stunned the Bronze Dragon King. Are you sure that is your choice? Chapter 2063 Suppress Swordsmanship. Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he watched Shifeng. He was so surprised by this swordsman's answer that he couldn't help but ask for confirmation. "Yes, I choose to accept your trial, Dragon King," Shifeng said, nodding. "You really are a strange human. Ever since this maze was built, thousands of adventurers have visited, but none have accepted my trial because they already knew what outcome awaited them. Do not think my trial is so easy to complete." The Bronze Dragon King growled. "But since you have decided according to the rules the gods and demons have set, if you can survive against me for 3 days, you will pass my trial. Let's begin." The Bronze Dragon King began to chant an incantation, and abruptly, he began to disintegrate into countless particles of light, passing through the magic barrier the gods and demons had set up. After passing through the barrier, these particles of light gathered to form a humanoid shape before Shifeng. After a short moment, a soldierly, middle-aged man in a suit of bronze stood within the hall. Unlike ordinary people, golden, divine runes marked this man's face and body, as if they were a seal. Death and destruction filled his amber eyes, which didn't contain a shred of humanity. Humanization. Shifeng stared at the soldierly man in astonishment. Extremely few beings were capable of humanization in God's domain. Rather, only legendary monsters were capable of the feat. Not only was humanization a sign of peerless strength, but it was also proof of a monster's frightening intellect. To current players, a monster's intellect at most equated higher combat standards, making these monsters more difficult to defeat than normal monsters. However, as players progressed through the game, they would discover that monsters with high intellect were absolute nightmares. Humanized monsters had, in the past, turned many kingdoms and empires upside down. One kingdom had even perished during a humanized monster's attack. That monster had merely been a tier 4 mythic ranked creature, and by that time many experts had already reached the same tier. However, even after the various superpowers had combined their strength, the humanized monster had annihilated their forces. Since no one was capable of stopping the monster's rampage, the kingdom had been obliterated in the end. The humanized monsters that had been defeated had only lost because they had been tier 3 beings. Even so, defeating these monsters had required a large group of tier 4 experts and a collection of powerful tools. This was when players had realized the horror of high-intellect monsters in the past. The humanized monsters' superhuman-like combat standards had even surpassed that of domain realm experts. In fact, the two weren't even on the same level. Human, according to the gods and demons' rules, I will not use my full power against you. Moreover, you have 300 chances to succeed. You simply need to survive against me for 3 days, the Bronze Dragon King said as he smiled at Shifeng. If you don't have any more questions, let the slaughter begin. Shifeng's expression darkened as an unprecedented chill wrapped around him. Almost instinctively, Shifeng activated Void Shield, and his mind went on maximum alert. Although he had known that this trial wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Players that hadn't experienced this situation might assume that the conditions for the Bronze Dragon King's trial were quite simple. They only had to survive against a level 70 tier 3 monster for 3 days, and they were given 300 lives to do so. Even an ordinary expert could clear this trial with ease, much less a peak expert. However, Shifeng recognized this for what it was. This was a one-sided slaughter. By the same time as Shifeng's Void Shield took effect, the Bronze Dragon King, which had been 30 yards away a moment ago, stood before him. Before Shifeng realized it, a dragon-scale greatsword had already stabbed through the Void Shield. What amazing footwork! Shifeng stared at the longsword in shock. He had focused all of his attention on the Bronze Dragon King, his 5 senses never deviating from his opponent. Yet the Dragon King had evaded his detection and arrived before him like a ghost. It was as if the Dragon King had used an instantaneous movement skill, but Shifeng knew that he hadn't relied on some low-class skill or spell. Rather, the Dragon King had executed a footwork technique, which had no cooldown and could be used as the Dragon King desired, that exceeded common sense. Meanwhile, with that one attack, the Bronze Dragon King had instantly dealt over -400,000 damage to the Void Shield. In other words, this opponent could destroy Shifeng's Void Shield in 7 hits. Seeing this, Shifeng didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately leaped backward and used Shadow Blade. Under Shifeng's control, 10 sword lights struck at the Bronze Dragon King, aimed to seal the Dragon King's movements and allow Shurfeng to increase the distance between them. Although the Bronze Dragon King was only a level 70 Great Lord, its basic attributes easily surpassed that of a Grand Lord of the same level. There was no doubt that this Dragon King's attributes were much higher than Shurfeng's. He had no chance in a head-on clash. Hence, he could only try to put as much distance between them as possible and buy as much time as he could. A good attack. Despite being immortal, you've actually reached such a standard. The Bronze Dragon King leisurely praised Shurfeng as he examined the swordsman's incoming attacks. Just before the 10 sword lights found their mark, the Dragon King swung his greatsword, shattering the sword lights before they could come within 20 centimeters. The Bronze Dragon King's swing created a mesmerizing arc of light, which even captivated Shurfeng, but in the next second, the Dragon King stood next to Shurfeng, and he hadn't even seen his opponent move. Again, the Dragon Scale Greatsword had thrust into his void shield before Shurfeng had realized it. After taking the hit, Shurfeng instinctively executed Sword's Orbit, his reactions visibly slower than the Bronze Dragon King's. Shurfeng had hoped that Sword's Orbit would force the Dragon King to retreat, but he advanced instead, his Dragon Scale Greatsword vanishing suddenly. The Dragon King used the weapon to deflect Sword's Orbit and strike the void shield again. So this is a humanized monster? Shurfeng could not help his shock as his void shield was struck, again and again. He had always surpassed his enemies by suppressing them with his swordsmanship, but this Bronze Dragon King's swordsmanship did the same to him. The Bronze Dragon King's slashes were so fast that his eyes could not keep up. He didn't even have the luxury to breathe while trying to defend himself. He barely even sensed that the Dragon King was attacking him. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits. After several strikes, the void shield finally shattered, and Shurfeng had to rely on his skills to avoid or block the Bronze Dragon King's attacks. To hell with it. At this point, Shurfeng recognized how close he was to failing this trial. He immediately executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Chapter 2064 Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. As Shurfeng executed Sword's Transmigration, 5 sword lights intercepted the Bronze Dragon King's silent attacks. Boom, boom, boom dash. Deafening metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall, and the collision's resulting shockwave was so intense that it made Shurfeng shudder. Moreover, his arms had gone numb from the impact. It was so severe that he struggled to move them. The Bronze Dragon King had leisurely executed his attacks, and his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Shurfeng's, yet he generated enough power to overwhelm Sword's Transmigration's strength tolerance. Shurfeng could barely understand what could cause such a result. Without waiting for Shurfeng to recover, the Bronze Dragon King's Dragon Scale Greatsword vanished once more. Unlike before, however, the Dragon King's attack was truly silent. Shurfeng couldn't sense the slightest hint of the Dragon King's attack trajectory before he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Before he realized it, the Bronze Dragon King had thrust his greatsword in Shurfeng's chest, his HP depleting rapidly without signs of stopping. He is already beyond human limits? Shurfeng looked up at the Dragon King in surprise as the humanized boss retrieved his weapon. Shurfeng's vision darkened as his HP fell to 0, and he fell to the ground lifeless. Sword's Transmigration was the strongest combat technique Shurfeng possessed. He was even confident of posing a threat to Domain Realm experts by relying on the technique. However, against the Bronze Dragon King, Sword's Transmigration had only kept him alive for 1 move. The Bronze Dragon King was an apex existence in God's domain. Both his attacks and movement techniques were simply amazing. The Dragon King could launch his attacks without alerting Shurfeng, as if the boss's boy acted without commands from his mind. The Bronze Dragon King's reflexes were so fast that Shurfeng's mind couldn't even react. Although such a feat was normally impossible, the Bronze Dragon King had done it. He had completely surpassed human limits. Shurfeng finally realized why the various superpowers in the past had dispatched tons of Tier 4 experts to defeat Tier 3 humanized monsters that were a much lower level. And even the players had still suffered tremendously to secure victory. 5 seconds after Shurfeng died, He appeared before the magic array that had sealed the Bronze Dragon King with full HP. It felt as if the skirmish had been a dream. However, when Shurfeng glanced at the Bronze Dragon King's humanoid form nearby, he understood that this was no dream. "Alright, let's begin the second round," the Bronze Dragon King stated as he unsheathed his Dragonscale greatsword and resumed his attacks. Now that Shurfeng had experienced the Dragon King's power, he didn't dare clash with the boss head-on. If he wanted to avoid dying 300 times in 3 days, he needed to buy as much time for himself as possible. With this in mind, Shurfeng turned and fled. As if he had predicted this ploy, the Bronze Dragon King threw his greatsword at Shurfeng, forcing the swordsman to a halt to avoid the flying weapon. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the Dragon King appeared behind Shurfeng, and without alerting the player, another Dragonscale greatsword appeared in the boss's hands, swinging toward Shurfeng before he had time to register the movement. Fortunately, Shurfeng had expected something like this and had activated Divine Steps a moment earlier. He promptly switched places with one of his doppelgangers, which were invulnerable to attacks. The following events happened as Shurfeng had expected. Once the Bronze Dragon King realized that the doppelganger before him was immune to damage, he attacked the other Shurfeng copies. Although Shurfeng couldn't perceive the Dragon King's strikes, he knew that everyone revealed some weakness when attacking. Discovering the Bronze Dragon King's weakness was precisely his goal. Following which, Shurfeng swapped positions with the same doppelganger. He then turned and slashed at the Guardian boss. As the Dragon King attacked another doppelganger, his side was exposed. Seeing this, Shurfeng was ecstatic, and the hand that held Killing Ray sped towards the opening. Dang! However, just before the sacred sword met its target, an imperceptible attack countered the weapon, stopping its advance. So fast. The counterattack made Shurfeng realize that even if he found an opening in the Bronze Dragon King's defenses, he couldn't take advantage of it. The Dragon King was far faster than Shurfeng, and could easily defend himself once he detected the incoming strike. Relying on speed to defeat the Bronze Dragon King would be impossible. Before Shurfeng could follow up with another attack, the Bronze Dragon King shoved his greatsword through Shurfeng's chest again, and the swordsman collapsed. Although Shurfeng suffered a second death, he didn't feel discouraged. Since he was no match for the Bronze Dragon King's speed, he'd have to contend with this opponent through his strength. After running away to buy time and evading the Dragon King's thrown greatsword, Shurfeng had realized that he couldn't shake off the boss. His only option was to face the Dragon King directly. On his third attempt, Shurfeng used Shadow Blade and merged the 10 blades into pairs. He then sent the 5 pairs of blades flying at the Bronze Dragon King. The Dragon King found Shurfeng's attempt at retaliation amusing. In response, the Dragon King swung its greatsword at the 5 attacks' convergence point. The convergence point of each attack was the size of a strand of hair, but the Bronze Dragon King countered all 5 pairs with the tip of his greatsword, nullifying 1 blade in each pair. This effectively transformed the 5 combination attacks into 5 ordinary attacks. The Dragon King's counter had also altered the remaining blades' trajectories. After nullifying Shurfeng's Shadow Blades, the Bronze Dragon King killed him again. However, Shurfeng refused to give up. Instead, he continued to try different methods of buying time and retaliated against the Dragon King. 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. The Bronze Dragon King killed Shurfeng again and again. Without knowing how much time had passed, Shurfeng immersed himself in the battle, focusing on nothing but fighting. Through these repeated battles, Shurfeng was able to verify his theories and challenge his ideas. As a result, he continued to extend his survival time. Initially, he had only survived against the Dragon King for a few seconds, but now he could last more than 20 seconds. Despite the Bronze Dragon King's ability to perfectly and effortlessly neutralize his attacks, Shurfeng's fighting spirit burned brighter as he fought. He insisted on trying out more attack methods despite numerous failures. After dying over 200 times, both Shurfeng's mind and body were exhausted. His reactions were slowing, and even though he was immersed in a high-mana environment, he was still slightly pale. Eventually, the Bronze Dragon King initiated the 300th match. Advancing, the Bronze Dragon King arrived before Shurfeng, launching 6 slashes that escaped the swordsman's notice. This time, however, Feng took a half step back and swung Killing Ray and the Twilight Blade in cross slash. Not only did Feng manage to dodge 4 of the Dragon King's attacks, but he also deflected the remaining 2 with his own swords. However, due to the extreme power of the Dragon King's attacks, Feng hadn't altered the greatsword's trajectory by much. As a result, one of the Dragon King's attacks grazed Feng's shoulder, dealing more than -100,000 damage. He blocked my attacks? Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at Feng. Shouldn't he be exhausted by now? How did he block them? Did he get lucky? I don't care how lucky you may be. This is the end. After Feng blocked the Bronze Dragon King's attacks, the boss assaulted his target more fervently. 9 extreme slashes. Chapter 2065 Domain Realm. 9 streaks of silver light cut at Feng. Not only were the Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes silent, but the sword lights also bloomed like flowers, creating a mesmerizing scene. When the silver flowers bloomed, the world around the Dragon King seemed to freeze. If Miracle Dragon from Miracle saw this, he'd be stunned. He had been trying to master the technique, but the Bronze Dragon King's execution was perfect. Not only did the Dragon King's 9 sword lights avoid all forms of perception, but their trajectories eventually converged at a single point as well. The Bronze Dragon King had just executed a fully offensive combat technique. When the sword lights met, space around them shattered. A pitch-black spatial tear extended toward Feng, but despite the fact that the attack was impossible to detect, Feng responded, moving his feet forward and positioning Killing Ray in front of him. Then, he activated Parry, his action simple and straightforward. From afar, it would seem as if Feng moved very slowly, and a spectator would see his every action. However, these slow motions actually blocked the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes. Boom! When the Dragon Scale Greatsword collided with Killing Ray, a deafening boom echoed throughout the hall, and the resulting shockwave was so intense that it reached several hundred yards away. Due to the impact, Feng stumbled over a dozen yards back. After the dust settled, it revealed a deep cut in the ground at the Dragon King's feet, spreading 30 yards away from the boss. The power of the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes was even greater than some Tier 3 skills. The Bronze Dragon King, who was responsible for this display of power, wore an astonished expression. A human actually saw through my attack? The Bronze Dragon King frowned at the horizontal cut before his feet. The angle of the cut wasn't a result of his 9 extreme slashes. It was obvious that his attack had been deflected. If Feng hadn't seen his attack trajectory, the human wouldn't have succeeded. He would have been sent flying. However, the Bronze Dragon King did not know that Feng hadn't seen his attacks in the least. Rather than self-reflection, Feng had forced his way through the bottleneck he had been stuck in and finally entered the domain realm. The outcome even surprised Feng. After such a long life-or-death battle, he was exhausted. Even his vision was blurry. He couldn't sense the Bronze Dragon King's attacks normally, much less with blurry vision. Under such extreme conditions, Feng had used every method he could think of to detect the Dragon King's attacks. Finally, rather than trying to predict the boss's attacks by watching his arms and body, Feng began to read the Dragon King's breathing and subtle movements. After repeated deaths and experiments, he finally managed to see the Bronze Dragon King's attack trajectory. So this is the domain realm? Feng could not help his growing excitement as he glanced at the trembling sacred sword in his hand. He had finally risen to the realm he had never been able to touch. Perhaps it was because of his widened horizons or his changed perception of the world, but he now felt as if the world around him was utterly new. He finally understood how amazing it was to wield a domain. It was no wonder why domain realm experts were considered monsters. Now he could predict his opponent's intentions and movements by watching the subtle changes to their bodies. It was no wonder why domain realm experts easily toyed with weaker players. However, the distant Bronze Dragon King had no intention of stopping his assault as Feng celebrated his successful evolution into the domain realm. The Dragon King immediately advanced and swung his dragon scale greatsword toward Feng's neck. Oh! Previously, every time the Dragon King had employed such lightning-fast attacks, Shifeng had fallen in the next moment. But the swordsman wasn't as blind as he had been. Although barely, he read and predicted a fraction of the Bronze Dragon King's attacks and countered them. Ding! 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 Metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall. The battle that had been one-sided for so long had evolved into a fierce back and forth. Although Shifeng was still at a complete disadvantage, and his HP continued to fall, this fight was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Although Shifeng had entered the domain realm, he still shocked by the Dragon King's strength. He could counter some of the boss's attacks now, yet the Dragon King didn't evade his counterattacks, receiving them head-on. As a result, the massive gap between them hadn't shortened in the slightest despite Shifeng's newfound ability to predict some of the Dragon King's attacks. Following which, Shifeng activated one skill after another. He had even activated Life Domain. In the end, however, he couldn't change the outcome as the Bronze Dragon King continued to shave away his HP. It was only a matter of time before he died. Yet as luck would have it, this was his 300th attempt. If he died again, he would fail this trial. Seeing how little HP he had remaining, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. He decided to use all of his cards and see how far he could go. Not even a full day had passed since he had begun this trial. With the small fraction of HP he clung to, he wouldn't even survive 5 more minutes, much less 2 more days. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well use this Bronze Dragon King to test his new strength. Shifeng used the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight domain dominated everything within 100 yards of Shifeng. Suddenly, he split into 8 copies of himself, each with 75% of the main body's basic attributes. Each copy then claimed a Twilight Blade, and their basic attributes soared to 85% of the original form. Although Shifeng had sacrificed some of his basic attributes to activate Twilight of the Gods, he had turned the one-on-one fight into an 8-on-1 battle. As the Bronze Dragon King charged toward him again, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's Ring of Brilliance as well. Unfortunately, Shifeng didn't have enough magic crystals on him to activate Miniature World, but due to Ring of Brilliance, his doppelgangers now had 100% of his basic attributes. Their physiques were even stronger than his main bodies. Meaningless tricks. The Bronze Dragon King sneered at Shifeng. In response, he summoned a second Dragonscale Greatsword, dual-wielding the 2 massive weapons. The intensity of his aura also skyrocketed. He still reserved some of his strength? Shifeng tensed as he felt the Bronze Dragon King's aura grow. It's overhuman, the Bronze Dragon King growled, transforming into a streak of light as he moved toward Shifeng. His movement speed was significantly higher than it had been, which made his movements more difficult to read. Divine Flash. Not one to fall behind, Shifeng surrounded the Dragon King with all 8 of his clones and executed Sword's Transmigration simultaneously. However, as he exchanged blows with the Bronze Dragon King, Shifeng's vision abruptly darkened, and he fell forward. The Dragon King stood before Shifeng proudly, his expression as indifferent and arrogant as it had always been. The Dragon King had known that this trial was impossible for any mortal since the very beginning. However, just as the Bronze Dragon King was about to return to the magic barrier, he halted, frozen in place. Looking down, he discovered a faint white mark on his arm. He had actually lost 1 HP. He injured me? Shock brightened the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at the mark on his arm. Chapter 2066. Legendary Item. Shifeng expected the system to teleport him out of the Ancient Gods maze after his battle with the Bronze Dragon King, but when he reopened his eyes, he wasn't in the outside world. Instead, he found himself inside an elegant hall. A red carpet crossed the hall, leading to a golden throne at one end. A beautiful galaxy of stars decorated the ceiling, allowing the hall's occupants to view the universe. Spear-wielding knights in golden armor stood alongside the red carpet. Not only were they all level 200, but the weakest knight among them was also tier 4. The knight captain in the lead was even a tier 5 being. Moreover, none of the knights were human but bona fide angels. Any one of these Tier 4 knights could rival a Tier 5 human NPC in terms of combat power. The knight captain could even rival a Tier 5 dragon. If these angels wished it, they could obliterate an entire empire. Before Sherfong could process what was happening, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden event, Hero's Heart, and have been summoned by the Archangel Vatra. Archangel Vatra? The system notification surprised Sherfong. The angel race's life rating was only slightly weaker than that of the dragon race, and among angels, archangels were akin to dragon kings. They could even contend with Tier 6 gods. Every archangel had a mission, and was more than capable of influencing the entire continent of God's domain. In the past, a Tier 6 berserker god named Double Brilliance had been an unknown, ordinary player during the game's early stages, but after a fortuitous encounter with an archangel, he had activated an ancient world and shook the very foundation of God's domain, altering the status quo. Double Brilliance had even been responsible for some superpowers' fall. Like a raging cyclone, he had grown stronger at a tremendous rate and eventually became a Tier 6 berserker god. God's Domain's players had regarded Double Brilliance's achievement as one of the game's legends. Many players dreamed of their own archangel encounter. Unfortunately, players had only encountered such beings twice in Sherfang's previous life. He had certainly never expected to meet an archangel here. Before Sherfang could snap out of his daze, a handsome man with pure white robes and 4 equally white wings appeared before him. Sherfang had failed to sense this angel's movement, but more surprising, he felt nothing from this being. Although the angel stood before him, it didn't feel as if the angel truly existed. He was nothing like the Bronze Dragon King, who had radiated an intensely stifling pressure. If not for the magic array that had sealed the Dragon King, he would have likely killed Sherfang with his aura alone. I have watched your battle with the Bronze Dragon King, and I have to say it was very interesting. Not even the Bronze Dragon King had imagined that a human like you could injure him, the male angel said, laughing heartily as he watched Sherfang. He then continued in a softer tone, during your battle, I was able to sense your bravery and tenacity. Hence, I have invited you here in the hope that you can help me with something. Are you willing to assist me? System. Do you wish to accept Archangel Vatra's request? Lord Vatra, it would be my honor, Sherfang respectfully replied. Only a fool would refuse a request an archangel's request. The quests archangels issued weren't like normal quests. If one failed an archangel's quest, they wouldn't suffer a penalty, and the quest's rewards would be beyond imagination. Take Double Brilliance's reward, for example. According to the rumors, Double Brilliance had received his patron Archangel's blessing after completing his quest. Not only had his individual strength skyrocketed, but he had also secured an advantage from the ancient world he had activated, allowing him to perform one impossible feat after another. Wonderful. Currently, God's Domain's world barrier is clashing with the undead world's world barrier. This, in turn, has created holes in God's Domain's barrier. Taking advantage of this situation, some of the undead world's inhabitants have snuck into God's domain and begun to cause havoc. Although we angels wish to stop them, we cannot interfere with the continent's matters due to the rules the various gods have set for us. Hence, we need a representative to handle these matters, Vatra said. I wish to appoint you as my representative in removing the undead from the continent of God's domain. System. You have accepted the hidden quest, Undead World. Quest content. You must annihilate the undead hiding and causing chaos on the God's Domain continent. Rewards unknown. Of course, you cannot complete the task with your current strength. Hence, I have prepared 2 items for you. The first is the dragon summoning flute I've carefully handcrafted. The second item is this stone. These 2 items will help you deal with the undead that have snuck into God's domain. After saying so, Vatra revealed a shining horn and simple black stone, handing them to Sherfang. Dragon Summoning Flute, Replica, Legendary Rank Item. A horn rumored to summon a flock of dragons. Spend 3,000 advanced magic cores to summon 5 dragons to assist in battle for 3 hours. Cooldown 15 days. The dragons summoned can only fight NPCs. They cannot fight players or monsters. A legendary item. Feng was stunned into silence as he examined the dragon summoning flute. He had to admit that a legendary item was awe-inspiring. The dragon summoning flute could actually summon 5 dragons. If only he could use it during his own battles, it would be a truly incredible item. However, the cost to use the flute was painfully high. Advanced magic cores could only be obtained from high-ranked bosses. Moreover, advanced magic cores had a large variety of uses. Not only could they be used as a component when crafting master potions, epic weapons, and epic equipment, but they were also necessary for building many types of constructions. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds would be fortunate if they had 2,000 advanced magic cores. Yet the dragon summoning flute required 3,000 for each use. No ordinary guild could afford such an expenditure. After inspecting the dragon summoning flute, Feng shifted his attention to the black stone in his other hand. Mysterious stone, consumable. From the outside it looks just like a simple stone. However, this stone contains a strand of a god's power. It has a chance of granting players self-awakening. This stone may be used up to 33 times. Self-awakening. Is this stone that amazing? Feng was still speechless after reading the black stone's introduction. Self-awakening might be a foreign concept to current players, but Feng was quite familiar with the idea. Self-awakening could allow players to master a combat technique forcibly. Of course, learning a combat technique so brutally had a downside. Players would consume far more stamina when using the technique they learned through self-awakening. However, this method also had its benefits. Self-awakening would allow players to experience what it felt like to use the full technique and master it, which would, in turn, lower the technique's stamina consumption. This process was far more effective than watching a video or experiencing the technique in a different way. As Feng began to research the black stone, Archangel Vatra waved a hand. Suddenly, Feng felt the system transport him out of the hall, as he returned to the space-time tunnel. Chapter 2067 New White River City. Star Moon Kingdom. White River City. When Feng returned to White River City, he discovered that the city had undergone massive changes while he had been gone. He had only been away for 2 weeks or so, yet experts from well-known adventurer teams now crowded the streets. Even the weakest among these experts was level 63 Tier 2, and they all wore level 60 secret silver equipment. It almost seemed as if such equipment had become widely available, something so common that it wasn't worth players' attention. Bronze mounts were also a common sight in the city now. Occasionally, Feng even noticed players atop mysterious iron mounts. White River City had become almost as prosperous as an empire's imperial capital. Feng had very nearly failed to recognize the city due to these massive changes. Moreover, Star Moon Kingdom's guards used to protect the city, but now guards from other nations patrolled its streets. Feng even spotted players from multiple foreign first-rate guilds as he walked through the city, including a few peak experts from these guilds. Feng wasn't the only player to notice these experts. Players who visited White River City for the first time were just as shocked. Amazing! Isn't that player wearing the Dawn Light set for Berserkers? Look at that Elementalist. He's wearing the level 60 Fine Gold ranked Wind Spirit set. I've heard that the set only drops from level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. So this is White River City? Isn't the equipment these players are wearing here a little too amazing? I have only seen a handful of people with level 60 Fine Gold set equipment in the Black Dragon Empire's Black Dragon City. How are there so many people with that kind of equipment here? The players visiting White River City for the first time couldn't help but asp when they saw the well-equipped experts wandering the city, but the original residents merely spared these experts an indifferent glance. White River City had been developing too quickly, practically every day, and this was no longer an unusual sight. The city's rapid changes were all due to the auction arena system's activation. As the only NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and the neighboring kingdoms to have the auction arena system, White River City had instantly become the heart of these kingdoms. The various major powers swarmed to the city in an attempt to compete for control of it. Hence, the quantity and quality of the experts here had skyrocketed. The auction arena system also provided a development opportunity for merchant and independent players, who had come running to the city, as well. As a result, White River City had grown into a large-scale NPC city, with a player population exceeding 20 million. It also had more powers than any other NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom, and its several neighbors. As for weapons and equipment, even the level 60 Secret Silver rank, which was rare in other cities, was almost a standard in White River City. Many experts even wore level 60 Fine Gold equipment. At this point, only level 60 Dark Gold equipment could draw attention in White River City. Unlike White River City's newest players, the city's original residents paid no attention to the wandering experts and their equipment as they rested and chatted by the roadside. Instead, they were focused on their discussions over the fight for White River City. The official struggle for White River City is going to start in 2 days. Independent players like us will get to enjoy a good show. I've heard that there are already 4 superpowers fighting for supremacy. I wonder how Zero Wing will hold its position? If Zero Wing loses White River City, all of its investments in the city will go to waste. Why are we even talking about this? Zero Wing can't hold the city. One of those superpowers will take it in the end. The auction arena's competition isn't like field combat. Players can't rely on tools in the auction arena. Participants will have to rely on powerful experts and resources to win it. Zero Wing is much weaker than a superpower in this regard, especially when it comes to the number of peak experts it has. Zero Wing has no chance against the participating superpowers. I guess you're right. If Zero Wing had another 6 months, it might have enough resources and experts to contend with superpowers. Unfortunately, White River City has been developing too fast. It was actually one of the first NPCs to get promoted. If it had been a part of the second or third batch to get an auction arena, Zero Wing wouldn't have had any issues securing its hold over the city. Nowadays, nothing grabbed players' attention than the fight for White River City in the Star Moon Kingdom. Not only would the upcoming fight determine who controlled the city, but it was also the first time these major powers seriously clashed. The auction arena also presented an opportunity for independent players to display their skills in front of these powers, in hopes of reaching greater heights. While this sounded like a joke, it was the best way to become famous overnight. Now that God's Domain had more influence in the real world, more corporations invested in the game, and they all needed talented experts to work for them. If one could show off in the auction arena, one of the various superpowers might extend an olive branch. As expected of one of the first promoted NPC cities, its development speed and competition truly are frightening. Sherfong could not help his surprise as he noticed various guild players wandering the city streets. He had seen more than 30 second-rate guilds and as many as 10 first-rate guilds since his return to White River City. Not even imperial capitals had this many guilds, yet this was only what he saw on the surface. Who knew how many more powers lurked in the city in secret? In the past, Shadow hadn't had any connection to the first wave of promoted NPC cities. At the time, Shadow had already been struggling for its survival in God's Domain, and the guild had expended all of its available resources just to secure leveling spots and raid dungeons for its members' equipment. How could it have had the strength to compete for a major NPC city? Sherfong had only heard stories of how powerful the various entities participating in the auction arena's competition were, and the competition's intensity. He hadn't actually gotten a realistic sense of how extraordinary the competitions had actually been. Now that he was a participant, he couldn't help his rueful sigh. Sherfong returned to Zero Wing's residence to organize the materials he had obtained during his trial. However, as he entered the guild hall, Sherfong noticed that the hall's atmosphere was odd. He could sense a depressing energy throughout the building, and the number of experts in the hall had visibly decreased. Yulan, did something happen? What's with the strange atmosphere? Sherfong asked Yulan, who currently sorted through the guild members' information. Guild leader, you're back. Yulan's face lit with joy when she saw Sherfong, but then she frowned and said, while you've been gone, Twilight Echo's survival in the Storm Empire has become unsure. Aqua Rose doesn't want to see the destruction of her family's guild and doesn't want to implicate Zero Wing, so she has temporarily resigned as vice guild leader to help Twilight Echo under her own name. Many of the players that were originally from Twilight Echo have gone with her. I tried to contact you about this, but I couldn't get through to you. Twilight Echo is having an existential crisis? Sherfong was surprised to hear the news. What happened? According to what we know, It seems that Nature Hall is trying to monopolize the Storm Empire and wants every guild in the area to submit as a subordinate. Since Twilight Echo refuses to submit, it tried to move out of the Empire. But Nature Hall refuses to let the guild get out safely and has threatened to remove Twilight Guild from God's domain. Thus, the guild is in danger of perishing, Yulan explained. I see. Once he had a general understanding of the situation, Shurfeng revealed a bitter smile and wondered aloud, is Zero Wing really that unreliable? Twilight Echo was everything to Aqua Rose's family. Although she had broken away from her family's influence to develop independently, if Twilight Echo perished, so would Aqua Rose's family. Naturally, she couldn't just sit by and watch. However, Nature Hall was not the first-rate guild it had been in the past. It had secured major corporations' investments and not long ago, had successfully removed a super first-rate guild from the Storm Empire. Since it had a long time to develop after that incident, it was easy to imagine how powerful Nature Hall had become. Considering Zero Wing's current problems, if Aqua Rose used her identity as one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders to help Twilight Echo, Nature Hall would turn its ire on Zero Wing, increasing its number of enemies. Guild leader, should we send some people to help her? Yulan asked. Of course we should. Not only are we going to send some of our people, but I also want you to send someone to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection. Chapter 2068 Zero Wing's Protection. Storm Empire. Nether Mine. The Storm Empire was located in a mountainous region, and various ore veins were common around the empire. As a result, the empire had become famous as an ore producer on the God's Domain continent. Meanwhile, the empire possessed the Nether Mine on one of its borders, which bathed in nether energy all year round. Because nether energy increased players' stamina consumption several-fold, and the mountains around the mine were home to level 70 and above demonic beasts, players were rarely interested in grinding and leveling in the area. However, several thousand players had gathered near one of the creeks between the two mountains. The lowest leveled of these players was level 62, and all of them would be considered experts. Only, these several thousand experts were members of two groups, one with fewer than 400 players, and the other with nearly 3,000. If the Storm Empire's players were present, they'd be shocked. The smaller group consisted of Twilight Echo's core members, the pillars that supported the guild. Roughly 30 of them were top-ranked experts in the Storm Empire, and to ordinary players they were unreachable. The strongest of these experts had to be Darkwave, Twilight Echo's current guild leader, and a player that ranked among the top 10 within his class. Many powers operated in the Storm Empire, and its player population was even more frightening. Ranking among the top 10 on one's class ranking list was an impressive feat. Darkwave could easily rank among the top 20 or 30 in any kingdom's overall combat power ranking. Such a group of experts shouldn't even fear an army of 10,000 elite players, but despite facing a legion of less than 3,000, Twilight Echo's core members wore grim expressions. Their eyes even held traces of fear. To think Nature Hall would send even you, Vice Guild Leader Owl, to greet us, your guild must think highly of us, Darkwave commented to the robust, bear-like man carrying two epic-ranked one-handed axes, fear flashing in his eyes. Owl Life had only been an ordinary expert, but after joining God's Domain, he had repeatedly challenged the game's experts, growing stronger at a ridiculous rate. In the end, he had grown from an unknown player into one of the Storm Empire's famous experts. He then caught Nature Hall's attention, and the guild recruited him. After joining Nature Hall, Owl Life's development speed skyrocketed, and he quickly became one of the guild's capable generals. When the Super First-Rate Guild, 9-Star Family had operated in the Storm Empire, Owl Life had fought and defeated an army of its peak experts. He had even single-handedly killed 5 peak experts while leading a 5,000-man team to capture one of the Super First-Rate Guild's towns. That battle had shaken the Empire and made Owl Life famous. Eventually, Owl Life had become one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders. Although Darkwave ranked among the top 10 in his own class within the Empire, Owl Life ranked among the top 10 in the overall rankings. While the difference might not seem major, it was like the difference between a candle flame and a roaring bonfire. If Owl Life wanted to, he could kill every Twilight Echo expert present. Guild Leader Darkwave. I assume you know Nature Hall's stance on this since I've made the trip here. You people from Twilight Echo should stop deluding yourselves, Owl Life said with a commanding tone, smiling at Darkwave. Twilight Echo has already conceded every high-resource location available. We have even moved to this remote map to grind. We already intend to give up on developing in the Storm Empire. What more do you people want? Darkwave said as he tightened his grip on his saber, his expression darkening in frustration. The guild leader sent me to knock some sense into you, Owl Life said, chuckling. Either submit or we will remove you from God's domain permanently. There is no third option. Don't think that we will let you continue to develop just because you fled to this remote location. Darkwave's frown deepened. Nobody could have expected the competition between the various powers would become so intense after the auction arena's activation. To strengthen its hold on the Storm Empire, Nature Hall had begun an all-out war against the Empire's powers, eradicating any that opposed it. Guild leader, why don't we just fight them? That's right. If we have to go down, we'll take them with us. Twilight Echo's experts prepared themselves for a desperate battle in response to Nature Hall's determination to drive them into a corner. You want to suffer mutual destruction? Do you really think that you're capable of that? Owl Life could not help but laugh when he heard Twilight Echo's members. Owl Life's words incensed Twilight Echo's members further. Only Darkwave remained silent. He had nothing to offer in rebuttal. His silence wasn't due to a lack of courage, but because Owl Life spoke the truth. No one in the guild had a better idea than he of how powerful the players who ranked among the top 10 on the Empire's overall combat power rankings were. It was no exaggeration to consider these players humanoid monsters. We don't have any other choice. Once the battle begins, I'll try to pin down Owl Life for as long as I can. Everyone else split up and run, Darkwave said. He then turned to Aqua Rose, who stood beside him, and said, Aqua, you've seen it for yourself now. Your return can't solve this matter. You need to try to escape this. Don't let Twilight Echo ruin your future. As Aqua Rose's fourth uncle, he was grateful that his niece had returned to help the family's guild. Unfortunately, she couldn't change anything. After seeing how Nature Hall treated Twilight Echo, he knew that if any other superpower interfered, Nature Hall would make his guild suffer for it. Darkwave knew that Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's guild, had been developing quite well recently, and was now better off than Twilight Echo. Helping Twilight Echo wasn't worth Aqua Rose losing her opportunity in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose bowed her head and gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never expected Nature Hall to be so intent on cornering Twilight Echo. If she hadn't returned most of her weapons and equipment to Zero Wing's guild warehouse before leaving, she might have been able to fight Owl Life and allow more of Twilight Echo's members to escape. You want to flee? Are you even strong enough for that? Owl Life ridiculed, sneering at the serious expressions on Twilight Echo's members. However, just before a fight broke out, 1,000 players ran into the valley. An elegant girl in beautiful mage robes, looking like a fairy, led the force, and many of the players in the valley couldn't help but stare. Among the 1,000 new arrivals, the lowest leveled player was 63, while most were level 64. The weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 60 secret silver rank. Many of these players even wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members watched these newcomers with envy. However, the most noticeable aspect of these players was their sharp auras. They clearly weren't ordinary experts. Who are you? Can't you see that Nature Hall is busy here? If you don't want any trouble, leave immediately. Owl Life warned the approaching 1,000-man legion. Normally, he would have already commanded his subordinates to eliminate any intruders, but this 1,000-man legion clearly wasn't a normal force. Even his players would suffer if they attacked these new arrivals without care. Us? We're from Zero Wing, Violet Cloud said with a faint smile. Zero Wing? Isn't that a guild from Star Moon Kingdom? Owl Life faintly recalled such a guild, and from what he could remember, Zero Wing had been developing excellently recently. He then asked, why have you come here? We have orders from our guild leader to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection, Violet Cloud calmly replied. Chapter 2069 Defeating Nature Hall in 2 Moves. Zero Wing wants to protect Twilight Echo. Nature Hall's members were stunned when they heard Violet Cloud's announcement. Twilight Echo's members were just as dumbfounded. Nature Hall was akin to the Storm Empire's emperor. It had already grown powerful enough to demand respect from super guilds, yet Zero Wing, which was barely on par with a first-rate guild, intended to oppose Nature Hall. The guild leader plans to interfere? When Aqua Rose saw the 1,000-man legion from Zero Wing, excitement and worry flashed in her eyes. She hadn't had a specific understanding of Nature Hall before her return to the Storm Empire, but it wasn't long before she realized that Nature Hall shouldn't be provoked. Nature Hall's foundations were beyond her imagination. The guild already had more than 100 peak experts and tens of thousands of expert members. With so many experts, Nature Hall's rule in the Storm Empire was unshakable. How arrogant! This is Nature Hall's territory. Do you think that a few words will protect Twilight Echo? Owl Life roared in anger. Not even your ally, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would dare to act so pompously before Nature Hall. Vice Guild Leader, what's the point of wasting words on them? Since these ignorant players dare to act so insolently before our guild, we should get rid of them, here and now. That's right. Let's teach these country bumpkins the difference between a kingdom's overlord and an empire's. We'll show them how little they matter in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall's members voiced their outrage over Violet Cloud's declaration, even offering to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson. We are only here to give you notice. Your reply is irrelevant, Violet Cloud calmly responded. If you don't have any more questions, we'll be escorting Twilight Echo's members away now. The valley fell silent when Violet Cloud finished speaking. Even Darkwave, Twilight Echo's guild leader, could not help but gasp at the girl's comment. He could not understand just what gave Zero Wing the confidence to provoke the Storm Empire's emperor. This is bad. Anxiously, Darkwave turned to look at Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, you need to stop them. If this gets out of hand, Zero Wing will be doomed. Aqua Rose nodded, but although she wanted to contact Violet Cloud, Owl Life didn't give her the chance to do so. Bastards! Everyone, heed my command and eliminate these lowlifes. Owl Life snarled as he pointed at Violet Cloud. The chilling gaze he aimed at the young woman even caused the experts around him to shudder. A little over half of Nature Hall's forces split away from surrounding Twilight Echo's team and charged at Zero Wing's 1000-man team, their battle cries echoing throughout the valley. Nature Hall's members moved like well-trained soldiers. Not only were they fast, but they were perfectly in sync with each other. 18 shield warriors and guardian knights moved to the forefront, radiating a silver glow as divine runes covered their bodies. They all had more than 200,000 HP, and their auras resembled that of ancient war gods. So strong! Twilight Echo's members lost their composure when they saw this. Every member of Twilight Echo's team was an expert. They could easily gauge an opponent's strength based on their aura. The 18 MTs radiated an intensely dangerous feeling, and Twilight Echo's members knew that in a one-on-one, these MTs would blow them away. Not even their guild leader Darkwave could necessarily stop these MTs' assault, even with an active life-saving skill. So, this is Nature Hall's Silverlight Battle Array? Darkwave could not help but gasp when he saw the MT's silver glow. The Silverlight Battle Array was well known in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall had relied on this battle array to defeat its first super first-rate guild when it had still been weaker than 9-star family. He had only ever witnessed the Silverlight Battle Array in videos before, and now that he got to see it in person, the increased strength, HP and speed were beyond his expectations. It was no wonder why Nature Hall didn't fear other superpowers. Nobody can stop our guild's Silverlight Battle Array. Let's tear apart these Zero Wing players. The Nature Hall players that still surrounded Twilight Echo's members laughed as their companions activated the battle array. The Silverlight Battle Array allowed 18 players to link together. Not only could they share the incoming damage, but their strength, HP's, movement speed and attack speed increased by 30% as well. Most importantly, they could share their senses through the battle array. However, before the 18 MTs reached Zero Wing's team and tore apart its defensive line, Violet Cloud, who stood among her players, waved her staff. Dimensional fracture. Space tore before Violet Cloud, rapidly extending toward Nature Hall's members. Although the spatial tear looked fine and weak, it felt like the roar of an ancient behemoth. The sky and the earth trembled at its might. "Dodge it!" Owllife shouted, panicking. Unfortunately, the spatial tear grew too quickly for his warning to be of any use. Crack! The sound of shattering glass shook the valley as the spatial tear reached Nature Hall's MTs, who failed to react in time. Like a hot knife through butter, the spatial tear cut through the 18 MTs, their bisected forms falling to the ground. Nature Hall's rear-line healers had no time to cast a healing spell before their MTs lost the last of their HPs. Moreover, the spatial tear didn't stop with the 18 linked MTs, reaping the lives of players standing dozens of yards away. "Do you still wish to fight us?" Violet Cloud asked as she retracted her staff and gazed upon Nature Hall's members. With just one move, Violet Cloud had killed over 200 experts. Her indifferent tone suggested that she didn't consider the act significant, and Nature Hall's survivors shuddered in fear. "You merely have a powerful spell. Do you really think that none of us can take you down?" Rage flared in Owllife's eyes as he glared at Violet Cloud. While he didn't particularly mind the deaths of 200-plus guild experts, he minded losing the 18 MTs that could utilize the Silverlight battle array. The guild had carefully nurtured all of those players, and every one of them was very close to reaching the refinement realm. With the Silverlight battle array, each of those players had the combat power to surpass ordinary refinement realm experts. Losing a level might not impact their progress over much, but the loss of their weapons and equipment definitely would. They would need a lot of time to recover the items. Owllife's body transformed into a blur as he dashed toward Violet Cloud like a vicious gale. Crap! Owllife is attacking. Dark waves darkened as he watched Owllife make his move. Owllife wasn't like the 18 MTs that had died. With his weapons, equipment, and combat standards, he ranked at the very top of the Storm Empire. His 2 one-handed axes were even epic set weapons. He could easily repel a great lord of the same level, and the valley's narrow terrain gave him the perfect battlefield. If Owllife reached Zero Wings' team, disaster would ensue. In less than 10 seconds, Owllife arrived before Zero Wings members. Although Zero Wings ranged experts bombarded him with attacks, he effortlessly dodged or blocked the incoming spells and arrows. None of the attacks managed to reach him. As they watched, Nature Hall's players felt their blood boil with excitement. Ha ha ha! The Vice Guild leader is finally making a move. Zero Wings members are dead for sure. However, as Nature Hall's members expected to see Owllife throw Zero Wings members into the air, Violet Cloud moved again. Like her previous attack, she lightly waved Death's Sigh and manifested multiple magic arrays around her. "Are you kidding me?" Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echoes members were stunned. Violet Cloud had called forth 200 magic arrays, a blade of darkness forming before each array. "Go!" Violet Cloud shouted. Like raindrops, these 200 blades of darkness descended on Owllife, all under Violet Cloud's control. They were not magical projectiles that could only move in a straight line. Burial Flower. Even Owllife frowned as he watched the 200 blades of darkness fly toward him like lively sprites. He immediately activated his Epic Axe's active skill, and a gigantic flower formed beneath his feet. 12 flower petals circled Owllife, each carrying 100% of his strength. The petals acted like MT shields. Unless Violet Cloud's attacks had higher strength than he did, they wouldn't break through Burial Flower's defenses. Burial Flower formed a nearly invincible barrier around him, following which Owllife charged toward Violet Cloud. However, the hammering sounds the blades of darkness made as they collided with Burial Flower's petals changed Owllife's expression. Burial Flower's petals, which contained 100% of his strength, couldn't withstand the blades of shadow. The petals barely deflected the attacks and altered their trajectory. Against 200 blades of darkness, Owllife's Burial Flower and Epic Axes seemed like paper tigers. Even though he fought with everything he had and fully displayed his Void Realm combat standards, he could only dodge or block a fraction of Violet Cloud's attack. In the blink of an eye, the blades of darkness slid through Owllife's body, plundering the Berserker's HP. Owllife, one of the Storm Empire's top 10 experts, had been defeated. Chapter 2070 Powerful Zero Wing. He died. Owl Life's been killed in one move. Nature Hall and Twilight Echoes members gaped in shock after witnessing Owl Life's death, unable to believe their eyes. However, not only did the man's corpse lie before them, but his trademark weapons, the burial axes, rested next to his body. Aqua, your guild's experts are quite strong. Is that girl your guild's #1 expert? Darkwave asked his niece, his eyes glued on Violet Cloud. He had known that Zero Wing had been developing impressively, but he hadn't thought it had become this strong. Violet Cloud's gaze remained indifferent even after killing Owl Life, as if she had casually slain a common monster she had randomly come across. Someone actually treated Owl Life, one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, like a common monster, killing him as if swatting a fly. If news of this spread, it would shake the very core of the Storm Empire. No, Violet doesn't rank #1 in the guild, but she should stand among the top 5. Only, Aqua Rose stopped herself, watching Violet Cloud in confusion. She was very familiar with Violet Cloud's standards. Like her, the girl was a refinement realm expert. However, Violet had achieved more in the refinement realm than she had. Although, if it came down to a fight, and their levels and equipment were equal, she could fight Violet Cloud to a standstill with her sea god's legacy. If the battle happened at sea, she'd win by a landslide. If Aqua Rose had to fight a peak expert like Owl Life, even with all of her epic equipment, she'd have a very hard time defeating him. As for killing Owl Life in one move, she simply wasn't capable of the feat. The equipment that the various large guilds' peak experts improved as time passed. Yet for some reason Violet Cloud had killed Owl Life instantly. Moreover, she had accomplished the feat effortlessly. No matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't figure how Violet Cloud had done it. However, Aqua Rose didn't know that Shurfeng had given Violet Cloud the elemental bloodline after his return from the ancient gods' maze, and due to the advanced bloodline, Violet Cloud's basic attributes had skyrocketed. With her massive basic attribute advantage, it was only natural that she had slain Owl Life like a common monster. She's only in the top 5 with that kind of strength? Darkwave stared at his niece in shock. He no longer dared to imagine how powerful Zero Wing truly was. Nature Hall likely had less than a handful of experts that could kill Owl Life instantly, yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had 4 more of these experts. Meanwhile, Nature Hall's members panicked after watching Owl Life die. Like frightened birds, they scattered and fled from the battlefield, none of them daring to fight any of Zero Wing's members. What a joke. Both Owl Life and the 18 Silverlight Battle Array MTs had been defeated in a single move each. They weren't fools. Now that they knew they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't stay and fight. Doing so would be nothing more than suicide. Once Nature Hall's members fled, Violet Cloud turned her attention away and approached Aqua Rose. Big Sis Aqua, here are the items you stored in the guild warehouse, Violet Cloud told Aqua Rose, who wore a hesitant expression. After trading the equipment, she said, Right, guild leader asked me to tell you this. Don't hold back. The guild has your back. Guild leader, for a moment various emotions overwhelmed Aqua Rose. When Twilight Echoes members heard Violet Cloud's message for her comrade, they couldn't help their envy. A large guild like Zero Wing was actually willing to start an all-out war with a superpower to support one of its guild members. They had never even dared to imagine such a thing in the virtual gaming world. If they could join such a wonderful guild, what more could they possibly ask for? Once Aqua Rose regained her composure and re-equipped her weapons and equipment, her change stupefied Twilight Echoes members. She had already felt incredibly powerful, but after replacing her weapons and equipment, she felt like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Not only did she look beautiful, but she also radiated an intensely powerful aura. Although they couldn't tell the quality of her items since she had hidden the glow effects, her aura was even stronger than Darkwave and Owl Life's. So this is the guild Aqua joined? Darkwave's shock was even greater than when he had watched Owl Life die. The fact that Violet Cloud had killed Owl Life made it clear that Zero Wing had its own capable experts, but the equipment that had instantly elevated Aqua Rose's combat power, which could now rival Owl Life's, had an entirely different meaning. Let's leave this place and return to Windy City. Now that we've killed one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, Nature Hall won't let this matter rest. Aqua Rose said as she glanced at Owl Life's corpse. A vice guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. If they did not handle this incident's aftermath properly, Twilight Echo would have a difficult time leaving the Storm Empire. Rest assured, Big Sis Aqua. The guild leader has led a group to Storm City to discuss the situation with Nature Hall. I believe he will settle this matter very quickly, Violet Cloud said, giggling. What? They went to meet Nature Hall? Darkwave nearly jumped up in shock. Are they tired of living? Although Owl Life was only Nature Hall's 8th Vice Guild leader, one of the lowest-ranked Vice Guild leaders in the guild, he was still a Vice Guild leader, yet as Violet Cloud had killed the man, Zero Wing had been heading to Nature Hall for negotiations. Zero Wing was clearly trying to provoke Nature Hall. Zero Wing would likely have trouble getting out of this unscathed, much less negotiate a better situation for Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, in the Storm Empire Storm City, Shurfeng's party of 6 had arrived before Nature Hall's residence. As the Storm Empire's imperial capital, Storm City's player population even surpassed Black Dragon City's. Storm City had nearly 27 million resident players, and its businesses were particularly prosperous. The city's prosperity was due to the Storm Empire's ores. Plenty of ores and gemstones, which other kingdoms and empires severely lacked, were produced within the empire's borders every day. Because of this production, a large number of foreign players visited the empire to trade and purchase items. Moreover, due to the abundance of ores, the Storm Empire's forging industry was exceedingly well developed. Shops that specialized in selling and crafting weapons and equipment could be found all over the city, and plenty of players wore the advanced forger's insignia. Intermediate forgers were a dime a dozen as well. Not even White River City could say the same. Moreover, as many as 8 known master forgers also called the Storm Empire home. Among them, 2 were independent players. No other empire could dream of achieving the same at this stage of the game. Purely in terms of weapon and equipment production, Storm City far surpassed White River City. Please notify the guild leader Nature that Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing has come to discuss something with him, Shurfeng said as he approached the Nature Hall member stationed by the residence's entrance. Alright, but I can't guarantee that our guild leader will meet with you, the player replied, disdainfully eyeing Shurfeng's party. Normally, a large number of guild representatives visited the residence to meet with Nature Hall's guild leader, including representatives from the Storm Empire's first-rate guilds. Even so, their guild leader usually ignored their requests. As for a guild from a kingdom, even the vice guild leaders would likely refuse the request. The Nature Hall member then left to report the matter to his superior. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sat behind an office desk, flipping through the documents in his hand, in the guild leader's office within Nature Hall's residence. Several level 64 players stood beside this man, all of which were experts with multiple pieces of epic equipment. Any ordinary expert would feel as if they stood in a cage of bloodthirsty beasts if they stood before this group. Suddenly, a player entered the room, and upon seeing the players beside the middle-aged man, he couldn't help but shudder. However, he suppressed the fear in his heart and announced, "Guild leader, there's a group of representatives from Zero Wing asking to meet with you. They're a guild from Star Moon Kingdom." A guild from Star Moon Kingdom? Nature Manifestation raised his head as he listened to the subordinate's report, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Can't you see that the guild leader is busy? It's just a guild from a small kingdom. Send them back to their countryside. A robust man shouted. However, as the subordinate began to turn and leave, the icy-cold goddess sitting beside Nature Manifestation received a message. As she read the message, her expression darkened. "Wait," the woman shouted. "Chilin, what's wrong?" The robust man, who carried a gigantic scale shield, asked. "I've just received news that Owl Life has been killed," the woman Jade Chilin softly replied. "That brat got done in? Who did it? Was it Darkwave? That shouldn't be possible." The robust man was astonished. However, after recalling Twilight Echo's experts, he doubted that any of them could kill Owl Life. No. According to the reports, he was slain by an expert from Zero Wing, Jade Chilin said. Chapter 2071 Explanation. Zero Wing. Isn't that the guild trying to meet with the guild leader? The shield-carrying man frowned at Jade Cheelan's reply. He then turned to the reporting ranger, killing intent lacing his words. These people sure have guts. A vice-guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. Guilds typically avoided killing each other's vice-guild leaders or guild leaders unless they wanted to shed all pretense, much less one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders. They dare visit us after killing our people? Zero Wing is too arrogant. A gloomy youth sitting on one of the sofas in the office turned to Nature Manifestation and said, Guild leader, why don't you let my Evil Spirit Legion take care of them? Tooth, your Evil Spirit Legion is Nature Hall's blade. Using it to teach a guild from a small kingdom a lesson is making a mountain out of a molehill, Jade Cheelan said. Moreover, Zero Wing must have realized the severity of its actions and come to make amends. Hearing Jade Cheelan's reasoning, the other players in the room nodded in agreement. The Evil Spirit Legion was Nature Hall's trump card, and it was a large part of the reason for Nature Hall's victory over the 9-star family. Zero Wing didn't even qualify to face this legion. As Jade Cheelan had said, Zero Wing must have realized how detrimental killing one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders was, and was likely here to make amends for the mistake. How could a guild from a small kingdom afford to provoke a superpower like Nature Hall, after all? Enough! Nature Manifestation commanded with a low shout, silencing everyone in the room. He shifted his gaze toward the reporting level 63 ranger, saying, Have someone lead Zero Wing's representatives to the reception room. Understood, the level 63 ranger answered and bowed nervously. A short moment later, one of the Nature Hall members guarding the residence's entrance led Shurfeng's party to the guild hall's reception room, surprising many independent players and the guild's members. Who are those people? The guild leader is actually willing to meet with them? Nowadays, Nature Hall's strength grew rapidly. Guilds often visited the residence in hopes of allying with Nature Hall, but not even first-rate guild leaders usually made it inside. And yet, Shurfeng and his companions followed a guild member to a reception room. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone immediately began to chat about the identity of Shurfeng's party. Some of the spies other major powers had planted within Nature Hall also launched investigations into Shurfeng's party. If Nature Manifestation were willing to speak with these individuals personally, this event was certainly worth looking into. Nature Manifestation current sat on a sofa in Nature Hall's luxurious, top-floor reception room. Jade Cheelan, Evil Tooth, and a few of the guild's other upper echelons stood beside him, radiating dense killing intent as they watched Shurfeng's party enter the room. Based on their auras, it was clear that these players were experts with an immense amount of combat experience. In fact, these peak experts' auras were no weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon, with a few of them being even stronger. 20 silver-armored shield warriors and guardian knights had also been stationed in the room. Not only were these shield warriors and guardian knights level 64, but they also wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Like well-trained soldiers, they stood in lines along the sides of the room, emitting a solemn aura. Although the various large guilds considered level 60 secret silver equipment top tier at this stage of the game, fully equipping 20 players wasn't exactly impossible. However, these 20 MTs wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Even a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 2 or 3 complete sets. Furthermore, players had crafted these MTs' equipment, which meant that Nature Hall was fully capable of crafting more. Nature Hall's foundations were extraordinary. I've heard that Zero Wing has something to discuss with me. May I know what you wish to discuss? Nature Manifestation watched Shurfeng's party enter the room through narrowed eyes. In a deep tone, he continued, If this is about Vice Guild Leader Owl Life, you may return to your kingdom. I am not interested in listening to your reasoning. As soon as Nature Manifestation was done speaking, the intensity of the 20 silver-armored MT's aura skyrocketed, rapidly decreasing the temperature in the room. Jade Cheelan and Nature Hall's other upper echelons revealed sneers and pitying expressions. Nature Manifestation typically let them handle matters related to guilds from small kingdoms, considering the matters beneath him. However, he had insisted on meeting Zero Wing's representatives in person. They had been curious about his sudden change of heart. Now they understood. Owl Life's death had enraged Nature Manifestation, so he wanted to speak with the culprits personally. It had been a long time since they had seen Nature Manifestation so angry. The last time he had been this furious, he had removed 3 guilds from God's domain permanently. Those guilds hadn't been small but first- and second-rate guilds. Since this guild had dared to enrage Nature Manifestation, Zero Wing would suffer a tragic ending. Even if Zero Wing regretted killing Owl Life and wished to make amends, it was too late to change its fate. Once he was angry, no one could stop Nature Manifestation. Not even 9-Star Family had succeeded in this regard. Explanation? What explanation? Shifeng simply shrugged in response to Nature Manifestation's chilling gaze. What? After all you have done, are you seriously trying to deny your crime? Jade Qilin said, sneering at Shifeng's leisurely expression. Deny? Deny what? Shifeng turned toward Jade Qilin, frowning slightly. Is there even a need to say it? You are responsible for killing our vice guild leader Owl Life in the Nether Mine. Jade Qilin hissed, her expression becoming even colder. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Shifeng asked as realization lit his features. Calmly he continued, that's right, we did that. You. Shifeng's relaxed reply stunned Jade Qilin. She had assumed that he'd try to deny the fact. She certainly hadn't expected him to admit it so boldly. It's good that you acknowledge it. What do you have to say for yourselves? Everyone in the room from Nature Hill, including the 20 MTs, Evil Tooth, and the others who stood beside Jade Qilin, radiated dense killing intent. Their expressions made it clear that they were prepared to slaughter these visitors if Shifeng said the wrong thing. What's there to talk about? Could Violet fail to kill this vice guild leader, Owl Life? Shifeng asked in a strange tone. The hall fell silent as every player from Nature Hall glared at Shifeng as if they were about to devour him alive. Arrogance. They had never seen such arrogance. Shifeng simply didn't know how to spell the word, death. After a short moment, Shifeng returned his gaze to Nature Manifestation, calmly stating, we are merely here to tell you one thing. Twilight Echo, which your guild has targeted, is now under Zero Wing's protection. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.